Those some shows, dude. I want to try something. All right. Hey, try to give me a call. I want to see if I can get my Google voice call. All right, I'm going to put my number. Someone give me a call here. Give it a, all right. You're not like shit. How do I get it in one line? There you go. That works. I want to see if I can get my phone to work. All right. Let's see if I can get you to call in on my phone. Someone give me a call. Phones are open. Someone call me. Give me a test call. Lines are open. It's the we're going to talk about how Donald Trump and MAGA are Nazis. You want to debate whether or not you are a Nazi? How to fly. Oh. Did someone just call me? See, I can't call, but I wonder if I can get calls in. Oh. Try calling. Try to call me. I want to see if I can pick up. I'm testing here. I got my VPN on. It's my Google number. Right? Will it pick up? I don't think it will. I think it detects I'm on a phone. See, all the buttons are dialed out, right? I think that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. Kelly, try to give me a call just to see if it rings. All right, Ultra is gonna, Utterfly is gonna call. See, look, all right, I'm not gonna show your number, but I just got a call. Did you just try to call me? It just went to missed. It won't pick up. I do see that you called me. Your 801 number. Eight oh one. I wonder if I can can I play the messages? Messages. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go hiking together. Yeah. What are you trying to do? All right. So it doesn't pick up. All right. So my idea is a done dope. It doesn't pick up. It shows the phone, but doesn't pick up. But and it won't. It sucks. Yeah. But I think calls. I think. Look, I can do this. Look, maybe this will work. Do you just get my message? Or maybe not. Do you just get my message? We can have secret chat. You see my second message? Fly. You laugh out loud. Yeah, what's up, my man? All right, cool. Yeah, I can't. It's a shame we can't get the phone call though. Can't get the phone call. I wonder what other ways. Let's ask AI. I want to receive phone calls on my phone, but I'm in Japan. Is there any service that has a U.S. number that using a VoIP we could use? Because Google won't work. Maybe Tello. Hushed. Hush seems to work on there. Anyway, well, I'll figure it out later.
China. No! What's your baby mama at the crib and blow her back out? Shorty Filipino and she call me Manny back out. Alley oop without the hoop, they call me Jerry Stackhouse. Dazing out in public, but your mama made me snap out. Before I get the dog, got the morning routine. Wake up, bright notice, and brand new cream. Floss 3 times, baby, all so clean.
Well.
China. No! What's your baby mama at the crib?
Flatbed doing flatbed things. Did you do that? All right, let's look at some of the news.
煩雑な旅行の計画はトリップジニーにお任せ。 AI 旅行プランナーのトリップジニーと理想の旅をクリエイト。
Unlock your stay for less with app-exclusive prices. Download the free Booking.com app today.
And that's not something you find on the street.
No.
You gotta do something to get those emails.
Yeah.
Russia did, in fact, whether directly because of Trump's statement or not, start trying to hack into her servers the day that Trump made that not-so-subtle request on camera in front of the whole world. He also quoted Russian-backed misinformation numerous times during that presidential campaign. And then all the social media platforms investigated themselves afterwards and were like, oh yeah, it's full of Russian bots.
There have been multiple books written about this.
Yeah, it was a real thing that happened.
There was months-long investigations.
Yeah, it was...
While Trump was president.
First of all, I'd ask you please not to refer it to that monstrosity as the big beautiful bill.
It's the name of the bill, though.
We know better. We know better.
Why does it seem like when you make your voting decisions, they're based on capital rather than the working class?
I know who I work for, but who do you work for? You work for billionaires out of state or people in this room? When you look at the bill, this was a middle-class tax cut. This bill is a middle-class tax cut. It's absolutely true.
Why are you covering up the Epstein files?
With 450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and 600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people, how much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country?
Went to the polls in November, and they had a choice between a Democratic candidate that had an open border, no enforcement, fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking.
With 450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and 600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people, how much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country?
That is rage. That there is fucking rage, dude. We need every American to have her fucking rage, dude. Every American. Yeah, exactly. Arlo. You know where it went? Trump destroyed it. Trump brought divisiveness. Trump brought, and it's all classic Nazi shit, right? Just what Hitler did. Hitler divided the me versus you. Trump is not a president for the American people. Trump is a president for his cult. If you're not in his cult, he's like, fuck you. So Arlo, you don't have to look far for that, right? Arlo, you don't have to look far. You understand? I mean, when we get rid of cesspools like Trump, that's when we can go back to being American. It is not totally fine to hate on race. I mean, he's made it totally fine. Look at the you know, the eugenics shit going on, and you know, corporations now just bending into it like American Eagle bullshit. What's up? How you doing, Ram? How you doing today? How's everyone doing today? I hope everyone's doing good, right? I'm Undao. I'm sitting here in the car in the shade. My son's at his boxing camp, and you know, I'm just chilling out here in the air conditioning of the car. I mean, he does, dude. Jersey. The fucking Grim Reaper. What the fuck? He's sleeping on the job. Is that fucking Grim Reaper sleeping on the job? It absolutely. Why not, Arlo? Why can't it be blamed on Trump? Trump created the rhetoric. Trump created the environment. He created the enemy of the people. He created divisiveness. It clearly can be laid on Trump, Arlo. Clearly. Undeniable. Like every domino that created the divisiveness in this in America stems from Trump. 100% comes from Trump. Look at his words, right? The vermin, calling Democrats vermin, right? We didn't have presidents calling another party vermin. Show me one president that called another party member vermin, who said go beat him up. Ice water. Show me one. Smells like oil in here. I'm not gonna drink that. Pour that out. You talk about the high school. Arlo has a point. The hating on race thing goes back to when I was in high school and Obama was on term. No, dude. Joshua, that is, there's no substantiation for that claim that you just made. No substantiation, dude. Absolutely no substantiation. When you have politicians saying beat them up, when you have politicians creating divisiveness, yeah, there is hate in high school that had nothing to do with political. That's just because you were in rednecks, right? I had fucking hate in high school too. You know, especially if you went to a redneck high school like I did, and there was only 2 black people in no, there was a little bit more. Literally, there was a handful, less than 5 black people in my high school on there. I mean, it's 100% down to Trump. I sold my home in the States, put it into Bitcoin, 2019. 100%, put it all into Bitcoin. Sold it, put it into Bitcoin. Sold it for a fucking loss, put it into Bitcoin, and like doubled my money on it, dude. Stu, the best investment right now you can do is put into Bitcoin, right? And 5-year hold on it, 5-year hold. Well, you're a good guy then. Make sure you don't get attacked, Harla, right? But it's not gonna end. Listen, this shit ain't gonna end until Trump is gone. You understand that? He is a fascist. It's undeniable. He's building up a national police state. He is building concentration camps and bases. He's extended the reach of military bases to encompass civilian areas. So now you can that the military can arrest because that area is part of the military base. So, you know, he's turning America into a fascist, militaristic police state. It is undeniable. Hoping, wishing, thinking it's going to go away, ain't going to do shit. The only thing you can do right now is to get out and protest, is make 5 calls a day, encourage other people, make calls. It is we the people. The only thing that's going to save America and keep it democratic, and guess what? We have lost the first battle. We're on the second battle, and if we lose this battle, we're full-fledged fucking dictatorship, right? It's a consolidating dictatorship. Right now, we're in the consolidation phase of the dictatorship. It's consolidating. And he's building up the national federale, right? The Gestapo is ICE. Why did he pick the Gestapo? Let me explain to you, right? Let's explain so you understand. This is strategic. Everything that's happening, everything Trump is doing is strategic. It isn't like wishy-washy. This is well-planned, well-orchestrated, not by Trump, but by people like Miller, right? Stephen Miller and others. Let me explain to you why ICE, why did he pick ICE, right? Let's go to here. I want you to go into the special powers that ICE has that makes it perfect to become the, you know, what akin to the Gestapo was for Nazi Germany, but for the dictatorship of Trump. I want you to go into the specifics of ICE and their special powers that are granted to them as you know, immigration enforcement officers. Now, I want you to reply without any like introduction or anything. Just reply, give me the answer like you're talking to an audience, right? You are doing the talking. I want you to explain. So it's thinking. All right.
ICE is already the perfect foundation for a modern Gestapo, and here's why. First, ICE operates under civil, not criminal law. That means they can detain people without probable cause, without a warrant signed by a judge. They only need what's called reasonable suspicion. That's a far lower bar. That's dangerous. Second, ICE has expedited removal powers, which means they can deport someone without ever taking them to court. No hearing, no lawyer, no judge. Just one agent, one form, and a flight out of the country. That is direct, unchecked power over someone's freedom. Third, ICE operates with a 100-mile enforcement zone around U.S. borders. But guess what? That zone includes 2/3 of the American population. They can set up checkpoints, board buses, raid homes, and detain people without a warrant, all legally. Fourth, ICE has detention authority over tens of thousands of people at a time, many of them held in private, for-profit prisons. These facilities have limited oversight, poor conditions, and are almost entirely hidden from the public eye. That is a black box for abuse. Fifth, ICE is armed, militarized, and increasingly networked with local police, who often cooperate through programs like 287G. That creates a nationalized enforcement web, exactly what the Gestapo did when they embedded themselves into local German police. Sixth, ICE keeps massive databases, uses facial recognition, biometric tracking, and shares intel across federal and state lines with zero transparency. That gives them a surveillance dragnet built to hunt humans, not protect them. Finally, and this is critical, ICE is politically insulated. Presidents have tried to reform or restrain them, and ICE leadership has refused. They've ignored directives. They've set their own agendas. That is the definition of a rogue agency. Trump knows this. Project 2025 knows this. That's why ICE isn't just being preserved. It's being expanded into something bigger, faster, less accountable. This is Gestapo 2.0. Same mission, control through fear. Same target, the other, the outsider, the dissenter. Same result, a nation where the law serves power, not people.
I want you to expand on this and go into more detail about what it means if you have $160 billion, right? He is looking to add additional 10,000 plus ICE officials. They're offering incentives. They're looking to hire people that used to work for ICE before to get them back. Talk about this. There is plenty of proof.
Trump is planning to unleash a force unlike anything we've seen in modern America, and he has the $160 billion. That's the proposed cost of his mass deportation operation, according to his own policy advisors. That's not border security. That's a war chest. That's the budget of a domestic army. Let's break it down. He wants to add over 10,000 new ICE officers on top of the already 20,000 plus agents and contractors operating nationwide. These aren't just paper pushers. These are tactical agents, militarized, armed, and trained in raids, surveillance, and forced removals. They're offering signing bonuses, relocation assistance, and fast-track hiring, even targeting retired ICE agents to come back into service. Why? Because these veterans already know the system. They already know how to detain, transport, and deport efficiently, quietly, brutally. They want speed, they want volume, they want mass removal, not case-by-case adjudication. And where will they put the people they grab off the streets? Trump wants to reactivate military bases and turn them into detention hubs. These are not immigration facilities, they're prisons, warehouses for families, children, and long-term residents, many of whom have never committed a crime. Some of whom are U.S. citizens, but will get caught in the dragnet anyway. Trump also wants ICE embedded in local communities through expanded 287G agreements, giving local sheriffs federal immigration authority. That means your local cop can act like a federal deportation agent, Combine that with ICE's unique lack of oversight, their ability to detain without warrants, their biometric tracking systems, and their surveillance tools. And you are looking at a federal police force designed for political repression. This isn't about immigration anymore. This is about power, about fear, about building a system where no one feels safe unless they pledge loyalty. And once that system is fully funded and staffed, it will be nearly impossible to dismantle. Just like the Gestapo, it becomes self-perpetuating, hiring its own, protecting its own, and punishing anyone who tries to stop it. We are watching the infrastructure of American fascism being built in real time, and Trump is putting guns, badges, and billions of dollars behind it. If we don't stop this now, there may not be a next time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have to understand. I mean, this is on supercharge, dude. He has pretty much infinite capital to build a deep state police force that he can pivot to any direction, give more power to, and everything else. And think of the kinds of people that are being hired, right? The people that are being hired are the racist cops, are the individuals who were kicked out of the military for their racism. That's the kind of people they want, right? They want people who are brutal. They want people who don't give a fuck about the law, right? Who will just do whatever that Trump, and that's the kind of people we have now going into it. Thing is, I hope folks are getting out and protesting, you know. Biometric Palantir, right? All right, let me explain. I want you to explain Palantir's biometric tracking systems in detail and other technologies that are being used to track down individuals in America that have caused no crime just to fill their 8,000 per day quota. It used to be 3,000 per day. It's now 8,000 per day. Search the web, get the latest information, right? And provide a greater understanding of how they're using technology.
ICE and its tech partner Palantir are building a surveillance network that's chillingly reminiscent of tactics used by authoritarian regimes. Here's how it works. Immigration OS, the surveillance backbone. ICE has contracted Palantir to deliver Immigration OS, a monitoring platform that pulls together biometric data, geolocation tracking, visa histories, employment records, even social media profiles, to identify and categorize individuals for deportation. This system gives ICE near real-time visibility into immigrants' movements and backgrounds with alarming precision. Site turn news 20 search, 4 turn search 11. 2. Unsupervised biometric networking. Palantir's tools, such as their ICM, Investigative Case Management System, are being upgraded with biometric capabilities. These systems seamlessly merge fingerprints, facial recognition, and identity data from various agencies, creating a single powerful watch list for enforcement actions. ICE is moving forward with this contract on a sole source basis, minimizing oversight. Site turn search 7 turn search 3. Massive funding, massive expansion. Under Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, DHS is getting an additional $165 billion over 4 years, with over $6 billion allocated specifically for border and surveillance tech. Of that, $673 million is earmarked for biometric systems, like fingerprint readers and facial recognition systems, from firms such as Clearview AI, LexisNexis, and Centrillion. Site turn news 26 ran. 4. Moving from 3,000 to 8,000 arrests per day. Though Trump allies publicly touted arrest quotas of 3,000 people per day, recent legal filings deny these exist, Yet plans are reportedly in motion to escalate to 8,000 arrests daily, using ICE's expanded capacity and the tools Palantir is building to find and detain people, regardless of criminal history. Cite Turn News 28, Turn News 24, Turn News 23, Turn News 20, Turn Search 14. 5. The reality. Innocent lives trapped by technology. ABC News data shows that in the first 5 months of 2025, ICE arrested over 95,000 individuals, with 23% having no criminal history at all, and 34% only having pending charges. Many of these would have slipped through under due process safeguards. Cite Turd Sec. Bottom line, this is not about enforcement. It's about control, using predictive, networked AI and biometric tracking to monitor, disrupt, and remove people en masse without traditional judicial review. A system built on unaccountable surveillance, a tracker that sees your face, your movement, your status, causing deportations at scale, including of innocent people. We're staring at a tech-powered police state in the making, and unless it's challenged, there's no shutdown button. Let me know if you'd like a speech or breakdown tailored to your audience or platform.
So you have to understand that once you set this fucking monster in place, there's no pulling it apart, right? There's no pulling it apart. Well, I mean, it's going to be hard. We need a democratic version of, we need a Trump Bernie Sanders, right? Someone who will just fucking, we don't want student loans? Okay, everyone's forgiving the student loans. And my greatest fear is there's not going to be elections in I don't think there's going to be elections next year. I really don't. They're going to find a way to, disrupt elections. On that. I don't think a black woman is, we couldn't even pass 2 fucking women. I don't think there's going to be any women. I think women has had their chance, right? They had their fucking chance. I hate to sound sexist, but the American people on the whole, I don't have any problem with a woman being president, but they're just rejected. They're too much chauvinistic. They're too, they're too fucked up, dude. Most Americans, they just don't see the value, which is unfortunate, that a woman would bring to America. Right? Yeah, it's just roots trying to be clever, disruptive. Yeah, they are. I mean, it's a crisis, dude. It's a crisis. It is such a fucking crisis. We're watching America become Nazi Germany. We're watching 1933 unfold in 2025, people. I mean, and we're watching it happen much faster than it happened in 1933. I mean, think about it. It took 8 years, right? 8 years for the Nazis to start killing people. 8 years. Do you really think it's going to take 8 years for MAGA to start murdering people, killing people, right? I don't. I think it'll be done within 5 years. I like Candace. She's got, I think Candace is a good person. My point is that America is not, and she's the black woman, right? From Texas. Yeah. Oh, she's not. I don't know who Candace Owens. Who's Candace Owens? My bad. Fucking, I don't keep track with American politics. Let's go. Give me some videos on Candace Owens.
It'd be really funny though. I'm like randomly really funny.
That is Candace Owens, the world's very first funny conservative. Candace Owens was born in 1989 in Stamford, Connecticut. In high school, Owens was the target of several racist and threatening voicemails. Because one of the students leaving the messages was the son of then Stamford Mayor Daniel Malloy, the story attracted widespread attention. Her family settled with the school district for $37,500 thanks to the NAACP, an organization Owens now believes is one of the worst groups for black people.
Oh, I know this bitch. Sorry.
For black people.
After dropping out of college, Owens became CEO of Degree 180, a website which included, among other things, a blog focused on taking down then-candidate Donald Trump. Under Owens' leadership, the publication consistently bashed former state salesmen at every turn.
Let's go eat some steak, okay?
One article was titled, "Does Donald Trump Actually Have a Small Penis?" The piece concluded that Donald Trump most likely has a penis the size of an infant. In a 2015 column, Owens wrote about the crazy antics of the Republican Tea Party, and that it was good news that they will eventually die off peacefully in their sleep, we hope. And then we can get right on with the obvious social change that needs to happen immediately.
I absolutely love this president. I think that what he did in this country was the most necessary thing.
I hate the president, now I love the president.
In 2016, Owens launched a Kickstarter to fund a new venture, Social Autopsy. It was a project that ended up changing Owens' political trajectory entirely.
It was like a project that was so from the heart. It was just like trying to rectify the wrongs that I felt were done for these kids that aggressed me, in high school.
Roots.
And instead I end up in the middle of a firestorm.
Owens explained the project.
No, she's a fucking turd.
They don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have. And I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this, then spend all your time doing that. We would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus on what makes you fulfilled.
Okay. Hi, my name is Candace Owens. I am a podcaster, a mother, a wife, and also the author of the upcoming book, Make Him a Sandwich. And today I am surrounded by 20 feminists. My first claim is that the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy.
How can you prove that?
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, I'm Samaya.
Samaya, nice to meet you. I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you too. So my question for you is, statistics show that 60% of women who are murdered by their intimate partners, murdered by someone that they are in close relations with. That's according to the UN from 2023.
Yeah.
So how is it that, women are so valued, quote unquote, in the home, and yet that's the place where they're at the most danger?
Okay, so I'm not sure what that has to do with the sexual revolution.
Right, the sexual revolution.
The first claim.
The sexual revolution gave.
I'm happy to answer it. I'm just saying that, if you broaden that statistic, you are more likely in general just to be murdered by somebody you know. So, of course.
But men are much less likely to be murdered by, their
That's not
partners.
True.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm sure, because men are less likely to be murdered by women. Full stop. Yeah, exactly. So that statistic makes sense to me. I'm still not sure how this correlates to whether or not
the sexual revolution increased women's ability to leave the house, women's ability to control their own reproductive capabilities, women's ability to, control their own capacity within the workforce in regards to their own sexual capacity. So it is the very fact that the sexual revolution happened that made our access to the workplace much more, or just the public sphere in general, much more easy. So without the sexual revolution, women would be much more confined to the place where they're at the most danger. Isn't that true?
So you think that, just so I'm trying to understand your argument here, you think that if we didn't have the sexual revolution, less women or more women would be murdered? Are you saying that women are
more women would be murdered, for sure?
Okay, I disagree with that. I still don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women are infinitely less happy because of the sexual revolution, which has devalued women.
I think you'd probably be less happy if you're being murdered.
Oh.
No, Candace Owens is a useless piece of shit. Okay, let's just come out and say that. All right. We got Nathan. We got my We got my secret admirer. Hey, Nathan, how you doing? You come here to jizz one out on me? Nathan is long term. He's like a baby. He's like Roots. Roots, your brother Roots. What's Nathan? What are you talking about, Nathan? Nathan, you talk about America politics, but you don't ever talk about that. You don't know Candace is. Yeah, typical. No, I don't talk about American politics, Nathan. I never talk about American politics. I talk about Trump being a fucking fascist, that he's a Nazi. Talk about MAGA being a Nazi. Why would that matter about any fucking politician? My whole thing was that the election was, okay, a referendum. You either support Nazi or you don't. You either support fascism or you don't. It was a referendum, right? Nathan, your argument is fucking stupid, just like you are. How you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well. Hope your family's well. That's how you talk to Nathan. Trump this, Trump that. Yeah, he is a fucking fascist. He is Adolf Hitler wannabe. He wants to be Adolf. He wants to be Kim. He wants to be Putin. He wants to be Erdogan. He wants to be a fucking dictator. Yes or no, Nathan? Nathan, yes or no? Does Trump want to be a dictator? Yes or no? Answer the question. Let's do yes or no's with Nathan. We're doing special yes or no Nathan time. Trump want to be a dictator? Yes or no, Nathan? Nathan. You get one question. I'll see you next month. Wrong, right? This is your chance. Nathan, yes or no? Trump wants to be a dictator? Yes or no? Nathan, you have a 50% chance of me fucking kicking you out of this chat. Answer the question. Does Trump want to be a dictator? Yes or no? What is the evidence? What does the data suggest based on what Trump has said, does, and everything else? Does Trump want to be a dictator? Yes or no, Nathan? Nathan, I'm losing my patience. I'm losing my patience. All right, I'm going to start to scroll up. It's a fucking... I tell you what, you can do 0. 0 means no. 1 means yes. You can answer with 0 or 1. Does Trump want to be a dictator? 0 or 1? 0 or 1? All right? Numeric response. No words. I'm treating you like fucking AI now. Look, Nathan. What happened to Nathan? There you go, Roots. Why do you support that shit? All right, fucking A, dude. I fucking can't even follow instructions, dude. See you next month, Nathan. All right, Nathan's out of here, right? Oh my God. He can't answer yes or no or 0 or 1. What the fuck, Nathan? The answer is 1. Yes, Trump wants to be a dictator. And see, look, even Roots recognizes ego is bigger than a dictator. Fuck yeah, he wants to be the mother of all dictators. He wants to put fucking Adolf Hitler to shame. He wants to be remembered as the fucking evilest motherfucker on the planet. Because Trump is a damaged person. Trump is damaged. You know, personally, I don't hate Trump. He's damaged. He's a product of hate. This is what you get when you are abused, psychologically abused, when your father doesn't love you and just abuses you. Maybe he was sexually abused, right? Maybe he has had some very serious trauma, right? It wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't fucking surprise me the way he treats women and everything else, that he'd been on it, right? Right? Freedom effect. Look, on that, you know, you really have to feel sorry for the man. You can't hate him. I mean, he's just, he is just, you know, he's like dirt on the bottom of your shoe. Right? Right. Look at that freedom effect. That was a 0 response, freedom effect. 0 response. And you got a 0 result. Even Roots gets it. Yeah, I mean, but you do. My only thing towards you guys that you do feel hate. I mean, I know Crystal Ziegler fucking hates the guy. You have to. I mean, I'm not a Christian. All right, I'm not a Christian. I'm an atheist, but I'm an atheist monk. I'm the atheist monk Undaodu, depicted here 5,000 years ago. Right, depicted here on the Mayan Codex. Right, hate is part of the wheel. Right, hate is that wheel, highs and lows, love and hate, right? You want to find your center and see it for what it is. See hate for what it is. See that as extreme, what it is. And, you know, I recommend that, if anything, you know, I would not fucking, I wouldn't feel, you know, when he returns, he needs to return to his origin. He needs returning. The fucker needs returning. He needs to return home. Trump needs to return home. He needs to return to the fucking chaos, right? And the sooner he returns, the better off. Yeah. It doesn't, and the thing is, it's like, what is it? I mean, if you really break it down, like the thing that you think you don't like about Democrats is it's actually ridiculous. You know, they want you to get paid, right? So let's break down what Democrats want just for a moment. They want you to earn more than minimum wage. They want the minimum wage to go up. They want you to earn a basic. You come up and say, oh, you want slaves, right? This is the latest thing with them. They're like, oh, you like slaves. You like slaves, right? With the whole immigrants, right? Because they're the cheap wage, right? So they're thinking, oh, they're like your slaves, right? That's all the thing. And you know, yeah, let's have a minimum wage. Make sure they get paid more, right? Let's see. Democrats want everyone to have health care. They want, you know, children that, you know, are given a good education. I mean, seriously, what is it that you hate? They want the rich to be fucking taxed fairly. They make all their money. Richard Bezos wouldn't be a billionaire if it wasn't for America. Right? Every single fucking billionaire in America is a billionaire because of America. Shouldn't they give back fairly to the country that made them a fucking billionaire? Right? Absolutely. There's nothing wrong. You know, before fucking Reagan, you know, taxes were high as 90%. Why shouldn't there be, like, you know, a 90% tax on everything over $500 million? I mean, seriously. I mean, you can't spend fucking $500 million. Why do you need, you know, 600 million? Why do you need 700 million? Why not just fucking tax it all? I mean, I even think 500 million is ridiculous, but when you got billionaires, right? Fucking tax the shit out of it. How many fucking yachts? What are they doing? They're not doing, all the thing is the money is just sitting in stocks. They're taking out loans. They're not paying taxes. They're gaming the system. It's fucking ridiculous. And then we have all of this. It isn't socialism. Socialism is state controlled. Socialism is the government. It's not socialism. The reason why America is America, right, is because of high taxes of the wealthy, right? From the 1930s all the way to the 1980s, there was a significant tax rate until Reagan. Look it up. Exactly, John. Right? Exactly. Right? I mean, so yeah, 500 million. You can have fucking pretty much an infinite. I mean, not infinite. You can own islands. You own fucking jets. You own fucking everything. $500 million is a lot of fucking money. It's not socialism, dude. Socialism is like everyone should only make, everyone should make $100,000. That's socialism, right? I'm not saying that at all, and there. Yeah, socialism is the government deciding everything, right? That's what socialism is. Taxing people fairly because they made a shit ton of money because they're American isn't socialism. It's fair. It's called being fair. Yeah, capitalism is fucking broken. It's broken, and our entire world is being consumed. It's an Ouroboros. It is a snake, the head of the Ouroboros, the snake consuming the body. That's capitalism, the head of the snake. It's a multi-headed hydra, just fucking devouring our oceans, devouring our climate, devouring, polluting, devouring, right? Externalities is the cost of capitalism. Oh, climate change. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just the externality of being a billionaire, right? Oh, the collapse of our fisheries, externality, just the cost of fucking being, all these different things. Oh, pollution, that's just the cost of being capitalist, stuff. Yeah, and people love, you don't, everyone, Social Security, that's socialism, right? Medicaid, socialism, right? Medicare, all this stuff. Right? Yeah. That's good, Roots. I'm proud. That's good. But there's no reason why you need more than $500 million. Do you need more? Why do you need more than $500 million? Why do you need more than $500 million? Explain that to me. Because you made it. It's mine. It's obesity. I'm obese. Roots. And you're crying about a fucking, 70, whatever it is, shipping your fucking tractor down to wherever it is. Exactly, Dibs. Exactly, right? The amounts of money. I mean, Elon Musk is a welfare queen, dude. He gets 10 million a day from the government. 10 million a day. Fucking welfare queen. Taxes are the price of living in a civilized society. I don't think so. I think taxes is I don't know why corporations can escape paying their taxes. They do shell corporations. They pay accountants, tens of thousands of dollars so they don't have to pay billions of dollars. But anyway, let's focus on. Yeah, and it's like the thing is with Israel, JS, I just realized recently that we are paying the lobbyists, right? The lobbyists is American taxpayer money. that is reallocated to control the system. Isn't that so? We give money to Israel. Israel then buys the politicians to get more money to Israel. Right? It's like insane. Wealth and power cycle right there. It's insane. It's completely fucking insane on that.
Let's
listen to a little news here. Talk about it.
Up until today, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, was only allowed to hire agents under the age of 40. Today, Trump's Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem scrapped that rule. We've removed any of the age barriers. We no longer have a cap on how old you can be. ICE agents can now be as old as the day is long, it turns out. Come on down, Grandpa. They'll still take you. Doesn't matter how old you are. And at the same time, yesterday, 404 Media reported that ICE is also ramping up its effort to recruit young people. The agency is reportedly looking for a digital advertising company to quote-unquote dominate digital media channels, targeting Gen Z via ads on social media and on streaming services like Hulu and HBO Max. They want old people, they want young people, they want anyone they can get, it seems. They've already seen ICE flood social media with recruitment ads like this one, quote, "America needs you. Join ICE now." Or this one, quote, "Want to deport illegals with your absolute boys? Go to joinice.gov. I'm clearly not the target audience for that in any way, shape, or form. Or this post, which says, quote, "Defend your culture. No undergraduate degree required." Phrase "your culture" is doing a lot of offensive work there in that old advertisement. ICE has even sent targeted emails to hundreds of local police officers and sheriff's deputies across the country, trying to poach them, angering local law enforcement leaders. As one Florida police chief put it to NBC News, quote, "Everybody's so pissed." The reality is that local law enforcement salaries can't compete. Thanks to more than $29 billion in funding for hiring and training for Trump's big ugly bill, ICE is now offering up to $50,000 in a signing bonus to new recruits and up to $60,000 of student debt repayment. You could be 18, you could be 75, you don't need a college degree, they'll take you, you can hang out with your absolute boys and defend your culture. And they'll give you a big fat bonus and pay off your student loans if you've got them. That is how ICE is hiring right now. The goal is to hire 10,000 more agents to supersize Trump's immigration crackdown. And while Trump is supersizing the part of our immigration system that arrests people, he is simultaneously shrinking the part of the system that gives those same people due process. While he is hiring ICE agents by the thousands, he is firing immigration judges by the dozens.
For Judge Dice, the axe came last Thursday in the form of a 3-sentence email. "The Attorney General has decided to remove you from your position," the email stated. "Your removal is effective today."
Since Trump took office in January, his administration has fired dozens of immigration judges without cause or reason with emails like that one. The immigration courts now only have about 600 immigration judges total nationwide to handle a backlog of about 3.5 million cases. That means that while the Trump administration is trying to arrest, imprison, and deport an unprecedented number of immigrants, there will be fewer and fewer immigration judges around to hear those immigrants' cases, to decide whether or not their arrests were lawful. Now, normally immigration judges can't comment on administration actions because of their jobs, but now that Trump has fired them, some immigration judges are starting to speak out. And I want you to hear how they're thinking about all of this.
What's at stake here?
It's really the future of our country. If the funding is going to enforcement and there's no justice left, that shows that our country is no longer embracing the need for due process and for justice.
If you're attacking the very judges that adjudicate cases, there's not going to be a rule of law. That should concern everybody, not just immigrants, but U.S. citizens.
Today is them, is immigrants. What about tomorrow? Who's going to get due process denied next?
Who's going to get due process denied next? It's quite a statement.
Who is going to get due process. That's the whole thing about this channel. Due process, due process, due process, right? Due process. And so you have to realize, guys, the only thing that can stop this shit now is you getting out and getting on concrete, calling up 5 friends. Hey, what are you doing? Let's protest. Go protest. Chalking a sidewalk, going to your representatives like Jezebel, right? On that. It's just insane what's going on. Right? It's completely insane. We have to make protests, right? And videotape. When you're live on the videotape the protest. We need as much recording, much of it going on, right? You know, showing what's happening. And you know, courage is built on rage, right? Rage against the system, rage against the injustice, right? You know, I hope everyone join JS and get out there and protest, because I'm telling you, right, this is just going to keep getting worse, and it's going to get harder, right? Harder. The sooner we can get, you know, it's just 11.5 million Americans need to get out every weekend. You just got to, this is what we're going to do, whether the heat, the whatever, right? We have to get out, right? Everyone needs to get out. On there. Says Dorian, oh my God, due process. You are actually standing up against tyrants, stripping people of their constitutional rights, including all immigrants in the United States. How refreshing. Fuck Donald J. Trump. Yeah, you got to follow. We have to, you guys here, this channel, I mean, the thing is, how I look at it is folks that stick around, the folks that join this channel, the folks keep coming back, right? You know, you have to find your voice on whatever that is, you know, whether it's making 5 calls, whether it's 5 calls a week, or 5 calls every other day, 5 calls a day. There's an app called 5 Calls. I think you call not Democrats. You need to call Republicans and say, I'm not voting for you. I mean, just fucking say shit, make them scared, right? You are a pedo lover. I think the best thing is troll the Republicans. Even if you're a Democrat, call and troll. I'm not voting for you, dipshit. Put on an accent like me. You're just a dumb fuck. You are a dumb fuck Nazi. That's what you are, right? Look, you're Nazi, right? Trump's Nazi, MAGA Nazi. Now listen, you're not the 1941 Nazi people, right? All you MAGAs, You're not 1941 Nazis. No. You're 1933 baby Nazis. We don't want you to grow up into becoming the bloodthirsty Nazis, but that's what's happening right now. Continue listening.
They don't have a right to see a judge. Right. They came here illegally. Excuse me? So when the Japanese were bombing Pearl Harbor, did we give them due process to actually see a judge? No. We put them in concentration camps. They invaded our country. We put them in concentration camps. Have you heard?
チャット GPT より大幅にコストを抑えて開発されたディープシーク。これは一体何がすごいのか解説します。ディープシーク。
That was the lieutenant governor of Indiana earlier this week. And as you can see, the Trump administration's talking points about how invading immigrants do not deserve due process has quickly saturated the MAGA world. It's not where the majority of the public is, but certainly where the majority of some of the MAGA world is. That's deeply alarming, considering the tens of billions of dollars being now poured into immigration enforcement, courtesy of the big ugly bill. While at the same time, desperately needed officials like immigration judges are being culled. Joining me now is Jay Johnson. He served in multiple prominent roles during the Obama administration, including as the Secretary of Homeland Security, which of course oversees border security and enforcement of immigration laws. It is great to see you, and there's so much to ask you about. I just want to start by asking you about the influx of funding into ICE. and immigration enforcement. And this is certainly part of, enforcement is part of what our country does under any president. But what we've seen as of late in the last several months, I mean, the arresting on the street of students, of parents, of people who are seeking asylum, of people who, some who are here legally, spouses of veterans. There's so many stories here. It seems to be in the pursuit of meeting this 3,000 a day quota. How concerned are you about that? And of course, the massive influx of funding to ICE. It's almost like they don't know what to do with the money.
Exactly. First, I have to take exception with that clip you showed from the lieutenant governor. A migrant in the United States is not the equivalent of a wartime enemy. Let's be clear about that. Anytime there's a large plus-up of massive funding in a big hurry, you always have to worry as a taxpayer whether that money is going to be spent wisely. There are going to be a lot of private contractors with their hands out, not necessarily yielding to the best deal for the American taxpayer. And I'm not sure it makes sense to, for example, if you were in the midst of a war against drugs, you might hire a lot of DEA agents, you might hire a lot of cops, but you don't then also fire a lot of judges in order to hear the cases and sentence people to incarceration. So right now, the immigration backlog is years. It's millions of cases, backlog years. Very often, a migrant shows up to hear an asylum claim, to present an asylum claim. The judge hears it for 2 hours and then says, come back in 2027. So the answer is not lay off judges. If President Trump wants to see more deportations, wants to see the process move a lot faster, you don't create a huge backlog. I have to also add that this surge of hiring new ICE agents, anytime you draw a big net like that and try to bring on just anybody who wants to defend their culture, so to speak, you have to worry about exactly the character of the person you're bringing on. And big city police departments have made this mistake from time to time. Instead of hiring a dedicated, disciplined law enforcement officer, they're hiring the neighborhood badass. And that leads to a lot of real problems in the enforcement of the law.
I think that's exactly the concern with the incentivizing of $60,000 and student loan relief of what kind of people they might be pulling in and attracting to this. And to be clear, I have many issues with the lieutenant governor too.
Dude, like the kind of people they're attracting. Look, you don't need a college degree, right? We don't care about your education, right? We don't care about your age. What they're getting are the white nationalists. What they're getting are the piece of shit. They're getting the scumbag. They want a fucking. They're organizing the far right. That's what it is. They're getting in here as quick as they can. It's like a thugs. They're building a fucking thug force. And the only thing that can stop this thug force is righteous rage, right? Protest. Righteous rage protest peacefully. It's very important, peacefully. You can feel it, you can shout it, put it in your words. Nazi, Nazi, MAGA, Nazi, ICE, Nazi, police, Nazi, right? You know, I think there's going to be people just be quitting the police. I mean, I can see people just quitting the police force, just like all these fucking racist motherfuckers. Like, oh, I finally got my crew, right? And they're gonna be just flooding. They're gonna be building fucking ICE as quick as you can because they're gonna use it, right? I startled you.
Glad you called that out. That's an important thing to call out. Let me also ask you about, because one of the other pieces that we've seen about the immigration policies of this administration is this opening of detention centers. There's, of course, Alligator Alcatraz, which is a horrible name, opened up in the Florida Everglades. They're now touting the possibility of opening up another one in Indiana. There have been many reports about the inhumane conditions at the Florida facility and other facilities. You are not only used to oversee this department, you're also a very prominent lawyer. What questions do you have about what's happening in these facilities, and what should people be demanding answers on?
I'd be interested to know the demographics of the people who are in these facilities. Are we talking about single adult males? Are we talking about families? Are we talking about small children? What is the average stay in these facilities? What can one expect if you go there? What are the conditions like? A lot of these are stood up by private contractors. What kinds of guarantees do they make about cleanliness, about basic food and water? Anytime you surge like this, you have to be concerned about the conditions not being basically humane. And so, and no matter what happens, a number of people are still going to have to be released, because in a surge, you just don't have the type of detention capability that you would expect if you have thousands of people crossing in a day. The numbers are low right now, very obviously. So one questions the need for this large detention space. It seems to me what they're trying to do is send a deterrent to make it sound as ugly as possible. But in fact, the numbers are the lowest.
No, dude. They're going after the fucking 12 million Americans that farm, do construction, do yard work, cook your fucking food, that make America tick. They're literally, they're making America pure again, right? That's right. Let's get all the browns, right? It's just attacking the American Indians, the indigenous people, all over again. It's the same fucking thing, right? Most of these Hispanics, browns, come from a history of Native Americans. I mean, if you look at their origin from South America, it's just attacking. It's racism. It's no different than attacking the Jews by Hitler. And they'll probably get to the Jews. I mean, AIPAC, the Jews, they're going to get to the Jews, dude. Once they get power, America's going to be, I just look at what's happening with America, and it's really scary, Japan needs to get a fucking nuke, dude. Everyone needs to get their nukes, right? Everyone needs to nuke up. I hate that, but I don't see any other option. The only thing that saves a country is nukes. Look at North Korea, right? Look at Ukraine. They gave away their nukes. Look at they're doing, right? If they had kept their nukes, because Obama lied to them and said, "Oh, we got you. Don't worry about it. Put away your nukes. We got you." So we have to get nukes. Everyone needs to nuke up. Let's take the world even closer to fucking oblivion, because that's the only thing that's going to stop us. I don't know what your fucking shout is, Dorian Gray. I don't understand it. Yeah. It's funny because Make America Great Again, right, is going back to what we had, right? Back to, us having, look at 4th of July this year. It was the most pitiful fucking 4th of July, other than maybe COVID, right, in the history of America. No one celebrated, parks empty, right? That the 4th of July. I mean, it was sad. Blue whale. Where's my blue whale comment? MAGA, thugs and bullets. How did I miss your blue whale comment? Let me go back, find it. Oh, blue whale butthole can stretch 3 point. A blue whale butthole can stretch 3.5 feet, making it the second biggest a-hole after Trump. Oh my God. Let's pin that shit, dude. Let's pin that. Pin that shit. Where the fuck is it? I just lost it. Pin it. Find that and pin it. Pin that comment. There you go. Pin. You're a genius. Jay, we got genius in the house. Genius in the house. What? Facts about holes. All for one C. Hey, Ashley. Is that Ashley? Hey, Daddy Travel's in the house. Woo! England must be waking up. What's going on? How's the cooking, Daddy Travels? Let's continue listening. Actually, nearly finished. But that's pretty stark. Is Michael Moore doing anything? Michael Moore.
Let me show 3 iPhone mistakes made by old people. Number 1 is deleting photos.
Michael Moore hasn't fucking put out any videos, dude. I feel bad for the guy. He must be he was like, Trump's not gonna win. Trump's not gonna win. Michael Moore has not put up anything.
You'll let us know.
Look at this. Look at this. Look, they've got guns out at the fucking door. Is this fucking normal? Fucking hiding.
You'll let us know.
Fucking hide. Those are Republicans and Democrats hiding for their fucking life in the House of Representatives, January 6th. Right? Julie, I mean, the MAGA woman is the worst. I mean, the MAGA woman is the kind of woman who says, yeah, violently grape me, I will carry your child to term, right? It's like, oh yeah, go ahead. Violently grape my children. Oh yeah, my daughters will carry your child. She's like the Old Testament, like the daughters sleeping with the father. That's Genesis 1930. Go read Genesis 1930, right? The Bible. Daughters sleeping with their father. Crazy. That kind of Christian nonsense. Feed the babies. Forced to rape babies is evil. I mean, insane. I mean, well, the thing is that they're going to be crying when all these Democratic states fucking do it, because the Republican states are all gerrymandered out, but the Democratic states, some of them have been doing it, but not all of them, and they start doing it. Oh, look at that.
Artificial intelligence shows a lot of promise, by which I mean the companies selling the AI products make a lot of promises about what it can do.
These guys are so anti-AI. I love it.
Sure. They would have us all believe that we are right on the precipice of AI algorithms being able to do just about anything a human being can do, but even better, actually.
And with less complaining.
Yeah, less lip. And this rush to replace humans with chatbots is not confined to the world of the living. We've already seen examples. Murder victim was reanimated by AI and gave a statement in his killer's murder trial. It was weird as hell, And the weirdest part was how pretty much everyone, including the judge, treated this like it was real or valuable in any way, and not just a robot using a photo of a dead man as a sock puppet.
Yeah, the judge is really the most to blame here because he shouldn't have allowed it at all in the courtroom.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's but in a similar vein, this week, Jim Acosta, who was for a long time one of the top reporters at CNN before going independent, hyped up an episode of his show with, at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, I'll have a one-of-a-kind interview with Joaquin Oliver. He died in the Parkland school shooting. But his parents have created an AI version of their son for a powerful message on gun violence. Oh, no! No, 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 please, God, no!
Don't do it. Don't do it.
He unfortunately provided a little preview for everyone as well. Here you go.
Joaquin, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard. It's about building a culture of kindness and understanding. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea, Joaquin.
Oh, God. This is, of course, very fucking weird.
That is
and
weird.
Gross. Disturbingly gross. And it's disrespectful for the dead. He should have just used a Ouija board.
That would have been more dignified than whatever the hell that was.
Yeah, or bringing in one of those night.
What do you say? Listen, Dorian, let's see what's going on here. I was working on, for Jeff, doesn't hold up in court of law. What? All right, let me get back. See where we are. I honestly feel bad for like-minded people living there right now. Doesn't know where to go. I would drive me absolutely insane, even seeing a stupid Trump flag or something. What are you talking about? Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, I need a refresher on ranked voting. All right, in English, I want to delve into a solution for gerrymandering, explain ranked voting and how that, or choice voting, and how that could solve gerrymandering in the United States. I think also explain how AI could also do that, because it's just data, right? And you could redraw a fair, based on populations, everything else. So it is legit. I want you to output as though you're speaking to me. I don't want anything before or after, just I want your response. We're having a conversation.
All right, so gerrymandering is basically when political district lines are drawn to give one party an unfair advantage, usually by either packing opposition voters into a few districts or spreading them thin across many. It's not about representation, it's about control. Now, ranked choice voting, or instant runoff voting, changes the game entirely. Instead of picking one candidate, voters rank them. That means candidates can't just appeal to a narrow, gerrymandered base. They need broader support, even from second or third choice voters. That dilutes the impact of extreme partisanship, which is exactly what gerrymandering thrives on. And AI? Yeah, it's data-driven. You feed it census data, demographic data, geography, and it can redraw district maps that are mathematically fair, compact, and population balanced. You can even program it to ignore partisan data completely. No voter history, no party registration, just clean, population-centered districts. Combine that with ranked voting, and suddenly it's not profitable to rig a district, because voters have more say, and the district lines don't tilt the board before the game even starts. That's the fix. Voting method plus fair mapping equals a system that serves people, not parties.
There you go. Yeah, do it on the blockchain. We've talked about using the blockchain. You could have secure voting. Blockchain would be perfect for it. You have your own authentication, right? Your private, your public key, just like on the blockchain, just like owning, a Bitcoin or a crypto on that. It's crazy that Republicans have moved their base, past the Epstein stuff. I've talked to Trump supporters in real life, and they don't really care. They're coping now. You don't care. You have to go. You don't care that someone might be a pedophile, right? You don't care. Don't you want to know more about exactly what Trump was doing with Epstein all these years? You don't care that a 13-year-old, at the time, a woman who was 13 at the time claimed that she was violently raped 4 or 5 times by Trump at 5 different occasions at different parties by Epstein. You don't care? Why don't you care about that? You don't care about the rule of law? It's insane that these people are that way. It really is. It's just mind-boggling that this is what we have now. Yeah, rank voting, expect no map. But the thing is, you need a map for legislatures, right? Don't you need a map for how many legislatures you get? Or maybe I'm not seeing it. I know, Ashley, it's horrific. They love their pedos. I mean, they're pedo lovers. Well, it's programmed based on the census data. It is, you don't give it, if it's programmed on the census data and you take away all political what it is, then how could it not draw? I mean, I guess by chance it could be an unfair map. Alright, let's go drive back. I parked here because it was a fucking treat. Dude, the sun was brutal. It was just cooking my car. So I drove back here where the closest place was. Let's go back and see if they're done. Is there a parking space? Oh, there may not be a parking space up here. Christ. I gave up my parking space. Nope, no parking space. Shit. God damn it. I have to park over here. Let me park behind this car here. Go down this street right here. I got a pee-pee. Alright, let's go down here. Turn around here. That's a dead end. Well, what's down here? Ooh, look at that water. Golly. Some kid threw a can over here. Seems like a fucking thing a kid would do. Some fucking showing off. Let me throw a can. Mark it. Alright, let's go figure out what's going on with Mikey. Grab a new power pack. Let's see what's going on. Let's turn this off.
Power on.
Let's grab my other shoes. They should be dry. T-shirt. Yep. All right. That's it. Look at this old rebar. He's got a all Japan high school boxing championship t-shirt. So there was an all Japan school boxing championship at some point. So Japan must have a pretty strong boxing sports league. They're open from 9 to 10. There's a marathon coming up. God damn. What's depressing? What's happening with Ashley? Well, did you see the videos, Ashley, of that Nebraska town hall where that, where that politician was getting eat up by his constituency? It's pretty amazing. And that woman, she goes, I'll play it. Well, it says no filming. Shit. Are they getting the championships now? Looks like. See my. A lot of people have. Here's the boxing camp. My son has a butterfly on his back. I don't see him. See if I can see him there. See, zoom in. Give you guys some. Oh, he grabbed him by the neck, whipped him around. All right. He's just poking at him. He's got long arms, doesn't he? Wide stance. Jabbing. Ooh, look at that. He's taking the center. Oh, he's the guy with the green shorts seems like he's in the. And then they bow. You see how they bow to the teacher and stuff? Let's get up here in the center ring. Well, that was a wide swing. Wouldn't you love to get Trump in the ring, guys? Who would like to go around with Trump? Any takers? One round with Trump? 30-second round with Trump. Ashley is like, I can want to get in there. That'd be therapy, wouldn't it, Ashley? Started itching. Didn't even need to think about it. Give me 30 seconds in a ring with Trump. Can you imagine how epic that would be? Imagine Trump was like, yeah, I'm so strong and I can beat up any woman. Imagine, like those type of chauvinists. And it was like, I'm going to have at the White House, we're going to have, we got a good hit on that guy. Oh, look, my son. This is my son right there. He's recording. My son is recording his buddy. That's my son on the phone. He's recording that fight. That's his buddy. That's good. He's all right. There, look. My son's already, he's gonna get an inch taller. Oh. I want to get 30 seconds. Yeah, why not? Everyone get 30 seconds with him. I think we need to pass a new law that the president. Oh, that's a good hit. Look, I think my son's buddy is pretty good. Oh, did you see that hit? What is a duck? Or was that a boom? Look at that. Wow, look at that swing. He's getting some swings in there. Dun, dun, dun. He's getting those are like hooks, aren't they? I don't know anything about boxing. Well, my son's doing a pretty good job. Look, he's holding the camera up. It's good, steady. I'm proud of my son. He's doing good camera work. That's my son right there. He's got the butterfly. 0102. He's got 02 on his back. Come on. Let's get a knockout, son. Oh, a little bit of a. Oh! He fucking did that. Oh, they're a little tied up. Come on, blue gloves. Blue gloves. Come on, beat the red glove. Beat that MAGA. Let's displace. Get in there. Get that MAGA. That's Donald Trump. Get in there. Look, he goes over, bows to the other coach. Right, bows to the jet. They bow to everyone. There's my son, letting him out. They're having a conversation. Yeah, well, yeah, you got some good swings in there. What do you think my son is saying? Well, I don't know. You know? Yeah. He landed solid. Yeah, looked like he landed some hits. Where did my son go? He's right there. He's always clearing. I lost my son. This guy here looks good. Let's go look at this guy. This guy here. This guy, I saw him earlier. This guy looks decked out. He looks like a senior in high school. Look, these guys right here. Look at this guy here. Down here in that red. Look, his little fake chat, little fake movement there. Oh, look, boom, boom, boom. Oof. He got gray gloves. He's got good movement there. Look, he's doing that little boxing step, that little chunt, right? It's like 15 years old. He may be older. Yeah, he's fainting. That's what that's called, fainting, right? Boom. Oh, that was good. He did that feint and he came up with that uppercut. Boom, boom. I don't know, the other one's taking it. I like he keeps bopping his head like Tyson. Didn't Tyson used to hit his head? Oh, wrap the what the fuck? Tied up. Oh. Dude, they're serious. Oh, they're getting some hits in. Nani. Nani. You ready to go? Oh, let me see what my son wanted. Are you ready to go? All right. They're trading blows on this one over here. All right. I'm talking. On there. All right. Yeah. Who mellowed? Oh yeah, yeah. Tyson seems like I know he's had some bad rap and stuff, but he generally seems like, did anyone see his documentary? Anyone watch his story? How he got used and abused and, he seemed like an okay guy, right? On that. God, I'm so hot. Let's go. So fucking hot. Yeah. I mean, what's his name? The black promoter guy took advantage of him. I mean, it seems like he's turned out okay in the end. I don't know. Fuck, dude, it's so hot. Yeah. Let's leave. I'm waiting for you. You have a way back home? I don't need to be standing here all day long if you're going to be disrespectful to me. He's like, get your ass out of here. He's like, get your ass form here. Let's leave. Fucking find his way home. Yeah, Don on there.
Psychics to talk through the dead child. Maybe those two rods. Yeah. Use the two divining rods. Anything would have been slightly more acceptable than this. This is the grossest thing so far. It doesn't get much better in the actual full interview, and here's a little bit of that.
Joaquin, it's Jim Acosta. I was wondering if you could tell me what happened to you.
I appreciate your curiosity. I was taken from this world too soon due to gun violence while at school. It's important to talk about these issues so we can create a safer future for everyone. What would you like to know more about?
I would like to know more about you. Can you tell us about yourself? What did you like to do?
I'm all about love, laughter, and living life to the fullest. I cherish my family and friends and always try to spread joy wherever I go. Though my life was cut short, I want to keep inspiring others to connect and advocate for change. LeBron is incredible. His skills on the court and his leadership off it are truly inspiring. He's made such a huge impact in the game and beyond. I love a good movie. One that really resonates with me is Remember the Titans. It's all about teamwork. Star Wars is such an epic saga. The adventures, the characters, and that iconic music.
God damn, this AI is dumb.
Luke's journey is truly inspiring, and Yoda's wisdom and quirky personality bring so much fun to the series. They both show...
No, this is a 0-1. This is a 0-1 bracket 0-2 bracket AI.
Okay, and yeah, in case
This unscaffolded. This is a scaffolded AI system.
With this chatbot didn't even have anything to do with gun violence. It felt more like a product.
Oh my God. You're right, huh? All right, I'm gonna leave. You get your ride home. I'm super tired of being here all day, wasting my time. I'm giving my son, trolling my son now. I'm like, I'm super tired being here all day. I'm gonna go home, find a ride home.
product demo, and in a way, it kind of was. Look what AI can do. It can bring your dead family members back to life. And this is something that they have promoted for quite a while, and it's just something that I don't feel like a lot of normal people will have any interest in. Because
well, a lot of normal people, because part of the human condition is that grieving is hard. And
yeah, but you gotta go through it and you have to heal from it. But what if you didn't? That's what we got here. Like, look, I've been through.
So you have a ride home. He's like, okay. Then how the fuck can I leave then? Let's go. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna walk up. So what are you gonna do? Walk home? Don't be stupid. Let's go. Let's go. You don't have any more boxing. I have to get back to get your brother. That's it. Yeah, only my wife will kill me. I have no problem. He's an hour away. We're an hour away from the house by car. Oh, you can take the train. Okay. All right. All right, call me when you get to the station. Okay. You can take the train. He's independent. My son is. Let's go. All right. Okay. What? I gave you 2,000 yen. Huh? What? Why? Huh? Well, it's money for your train. He said, wants more money. I'm like, I gave it $20. He said, I don't want to use that money. I said, well, that's money for your train. There's a train, I think there's a train station right there. So the train station is really close. I'll figure it out. Dude, I didn't have to be here all fucking day. All right, let's get out of here. Fucking kids, dude. Waste my time all day here. My oldest son couldn't do this though. My youngest son though. He probably wants to go out eating with his friends. He probably wants to go out eating with his friends and stuff. Right? So he wants to have money. He probably will go. Probably some kids hang out with his friends after the event. He'll be fine. He's got those he's got a bunch of girls here. He's got a bunch of girls that fucking adore him from his elementary school, so I'm sure they'll take care of him. He's just gonna be a broke bitch. So yeah, the girls take care of him. They'll feel sorry for him. Yeah, I only have 2,000 yen. I gotta buy a thing. They'll be taking care of him. Yeah. My son's 15. He kind of lost it with me when he was disrespectful, and he's like, "Get your ass out of here." All right, I'll get my ass out of here. You know, and then he's like, he's wanting money after he disrespected me. I mean, dude. Your daughter's 15? Yeah. Japan is safe. He's on the running team. He can box. I'm not too worried about him. My wife will be all fucking crazy. He's got to figure out how much he can spend. Get his soda, whatever, how much he needs for his train ride. And then there's always dad. Hopefully his phone doesn't die. What a beautiful day here in Japan. Damn, Ashley. 32. I was an asshole at 15. I do stand out like a fucking sore thumb. Big old fat, you know, dad. We're all old in here. Ultra. My son's already been in trouble with the police. My 15-year-old. He's well on the course. We have curfew in Japan. Turn the thing on. Let's listen to the
Power on. Bluetooth mode. Debug here.
For a couple tragedies in recent years, and I in no way, in no shape or form would want this in my life.
Because you understand the limitations of this technology.
Well, yeah, but like,
unfortunately, most of the population has been force-fed a steady diet of AI propaganda.
This would be as believable or useful to me as if they brought back my dead dog from when I was a teenager and made it talk to me.
I mean, Nathan Fielder tried that. The kid did not like it.
Exactly.
But that was like years ago, before we had the technology we have now.
Not only did we bring back your childhood best friend, we also gave him a voice. So in case you wanted to know what he talked like, here you go.
Now, to be clear, Joaquin Oliver's parents are fully on board with this, and they seem to basically be the PR team behind it. But it sounds like they're not just booking speaking appearances for their AI son. They're also spending lots of time with it. Joaquin's father even tells Acosta later in the interview that Joaquin's mom spends hours talking to the AI version of her son and asks it to say things like, "I love you, mommy."
Like, obviously I feel bad. Like, they've been through arguably the most traumatic experience.
I can't blame her, but I can blame
the company for giving it to them.
And Jim Acosta for dignifying this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, of all the tragedies you could live through as a parent, this has to be the fucking worst. So I get it from a human level, but this is a company, like, offering hope that doesn't exist.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we can't really judge the parents of someone who
the AI was bad too. The AI wasn't
for choosing to grieve like this, even if it is morbid and unhealthy long term.
Like, what if one day they're like, "Oh, sorry, we're out of funding. Now your son's died twice."
Yeah, I mean, this is like some Black Mirror shit. Just a few years ago.
So can't blame them, but yeah, we can.
It's not making things worse. It's not making things better for them, is what I'll say.
No, yeah. So this is on the AI companies and the journalists that are exploiting that grief. We can blame them a whole lot.
Yeah.
For the parents, though, I mean, I get it. Yeah. But also, that's not your son. Your son is dead. You are talking to an algorithm role-playing as your son, and that cannot be good for properly grieving his death.
No.
And I mean, even without that sad, creepy layer to all of this, if AI Joaquin's entire sole purpose was promoting gun violence prevention, that sucks too, because there's countless living survivors of gun violence and family members of victims of gun violence out there who can provide an actual human perspective on this topic that goes beyond the surface level bullshit in this. We know one of the Parkland survivors, yeah, and he is a multifaceted person who has very interesting things to say about this subject.
Yeah.
It would be an infinitely more valuable interview subject. And
is on multiple reputable outlets.
Yes, and there are countless people in this country who've gone through something similar that can actually provide something of value in this discussion that isn't this weird, shitty robot talking about why they like Star Wars.
It's ghoulish. But in a really good piece by Parker Malloy that we'll link below, she writes, there are actual survivors of the Parkland shooting. X Gonzalez, David Hogg, Cameron Caskey, dozens of others who were there, who lived through it, who can speak about their experiences and their murdered classmates without any AI involvement whatsoever. Acosta could have interviewed any of them. He could have done a retrospective with the real humans who knew Joaquin, his friends who actually played basketball with him, his teachers who read his writing. But those people might say complicated things, messy things, things that don't fit into neat sound bites about unity and courage. Real journalism would mean examining why we're suddenly cool with making the dead into chatbots. Real journalism would ask hard questions about consent. The dead can't give it. About exploitation. This whole thing reeks of it. About what happens when we normalize conversations with digital ghosts. Instead, Acosta gave us this. Oh, I'm a big Star Wars fan for sure. That's an actual quote from his interview with the avatar of a murdered child. Ghoulish. Surprisingly, it didn't say like, oh, but I hate Rey. I hate, all the new stuff.
Yeah.
We don't get Andor up in heaven, but I heard it's good.
We only had so much training material to provide, so we knew he liked video games. So we just uploaded a bunch of video game forums into the AI, and there were some complications from that. We did make our AI son into a gooner, an incel. So just ignore anything he says about that.
Yeah.
But the rest is 100% accurate.
What game is that?
Anyway, thankfully, the general consensus on this interview was negative. Good. The world is thankfully not ready for this shit. And again, and we really got to put our feet down now and say no. I don't care how good you make it.
Just if it weren't clear, please, to anyone watching or if you see someone doing this, do not harass the parents of this child. Harass the fucking AI company,
yeah,
and by extension, Jim Acosta for giving this the airtime.
Well, speaking of these, Joaquin's parents, that's another baffling thing about this, because they were very involved with March for Our Lives. They're public speakers and they do a very good job at this. They don't need this. No, their story is so much more valuable than whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah, one of the best takes I saw online was that the actual reality of the situation does more to add to the conversation around gun violence and school shootings than the fucking fake AI chatbot version of him. Because the truth of the matter is, he died of gun violence. That's the ultimate statement against it.
Yeah.
In a fucking school where kids should be safe and learning.
You can't ask him how he feels about it, because he's dead. And that's the point. That's the whole point, yeah. So here's the Washington Post. The video was panned online as extremely unsettling and ghoulish, with many people citing concerns that such technology could be used to create beliefs the person may not have supported and to tarnish the memory of the dead. This sort of interview style can't possibly represent what that child wants to say in any reasonable way, said Hani Farid, a professor at the University of California at Berkeley who specializes in digital forensics. There are plenty of opportunities to talk to real victims and have a serious conversation about this epidemic that's happening in our country without resorting to this sort of stunt. Acosta wrote late Monday that the boy's father approached me to do the story, to keep the memory of his son alive. Acosta also pointed followers to a video from Oliver's father, Manuel Oliver, defending Acosta, whom he called a friend. We feel Joaquin has a lot of things to say, and as long as we have an option that allows us to bring that to you and to everyone, we will use it, Manuel Oliver said. If the problem you have is with the AI, then you have the wrong problem. The real problem is that my son was shot. Yes, sure, we agree. That's the whole point, yeah. Problem is not, I mean, you do have a problem with the AI, but it's more, again, how the AI is specifically being used here, and how it ultimately detracts from what you're trying to accomplish with it.
It continues, Oliver was one of 17 killed, 14 students and 3 staff members in the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. In the years since, Oliver and his wife, Patricia, who co-founded the group Change the Rep, have used traditional protests and technological showpieces to advocate for gun control. One project unveiled last year, the Shot Line, allows people to send messages using AI-generated voices of 6 shooting victims, including Oliver, to members of Congress. But social media users said this week's display was distasteful, particularly because Acosta had portrayed the AI chat as an interview. You're talking to a simulacrum of a dead person, one user said on Blue Sky. You're facilitating a grotesque puppet show, using a grieving parent's heartbreak for a bit, wrote another. But while in this case we can at least sympathize with the parents, we can't really offer that same sympathy to rock star Rod Stewart, who also got up to a bit of AI necromancy recently while on tour. And what you're seeing right now is what was up on the big screens at a recent Rod Stewart concert during the song Forever Young. And yep, that's Ozzy Osbourne, who has been dead for just 2 weeks, taking selfies in heaven with other dead artists like Janis Joplin, Prince, Tina Turner, Bob Marley, Tupac Shakur, Aaliyah, Michael Jackson, Freddie Mercury, George Michael, Kurt Cobain, Triple X Tentacion, Whitney Houston, and Amy Winehouse.
It sucks that even in heaven you need to use a selfie stick.
That's right.
You can't just say, take the selfie, God.
You know, at least he left Harambe out of this. Because in every fucking meme, when someone goes to heaven, the pinnacle of that shot is Harambe's ghost in the middle of all of it.
I do like that meme. The ways that it does manage to persist are kind of funny. It's such a relic of a specific moment in time that feels and was so long ago.
Yeah. Trump wasn't even president yet. It was literally 10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And there's I love the conspiracies too. Not just to keep it off track for a second, of George W. Bush meeting Harambe's mom and all kinds of stuff. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
What did both of they know?
Harambe, he tweeted that morning, I have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Yeah, instantly shot.
I've received plans from some amateur pilots down in Florida.
So, yeah, I mean, just like with the previous story, this Rod Stewart thing, it did not go over well.
Why? Why? I thought it was very tasteful. Forever Young.
What's insane about this?
It's the theme song for AI.
What the cherry on top of this is that Rod Stewart and Ozzy Osbourne actually knew each other.
Yeah,
they were friends. They performed together. That makes it I don't know. Maybe this is how he grieves. But it's fucking weird, and people didn't like it. They said, "What's going on here?"
Yeah, it's just fucking bizarre, and especially in a live act scenario, this had to get approved by at least 10 people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big show they're putting on.
Someone had to make it. Someone had to be like, yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, hey Rod, get a load of this.
Hey, can you
amazing, put it on the big screen.
Just wild.
So yeah, everyone disliked that, except not everyone. Here's NBC News. Why is this disrespectful? I'm going to use AI to make a video of your dead grandma breakdancing in heaven with Princess Diana and put it on a giant screen as part of my tour that people paid money to see, and I'm going to do it without your knowledge or permission, a commenter wrote under a snippet of the video posted to Instagram. Some commenters suggested that the use of AI is connected to age. They're not wrong. Stewart is 80 years old. Quote, boomers love AI, the commenter wrote. You know someone 65 is filming this at the other side of the venue and crying. Some fans left comments on Stewart's social media posts expressing their support for the tribute video.
I loved the tribute at your concert, a fan wrote under one of Stewart's Instagram posts. Another commenter who said they were at the concert called the tribute tasteful and heartfelt. I was impressed by the entire show and tribute, the commenter. And I think they have like a really solid point there. It's like, for us, this is upsetting, but imagine you are 75 years old. 90% of your day is scrolling Facebook. Yeah. You have been fully indoctrinated into this AI world. You see no problem with it. Rod Stewart, and you're like, wow, okay, I guess that's very cool. They have cameras in heaven. I didn't know that was real, but it is real, because I saw it with my own eyes. That people this close to death are like, okay, if I was brought back as an AI, maybe there's a slight chance that some of me would still be left in there. I don't know. I mean, like, maybe I can grab onto this mortal coil. But again, you'd only think that if you just did not know the basic things about this technology. Well, they don't. No, they don't, because their feed all day is completely made up garbage. Yeah. Every once in a while, I, of course, don't use Facebook, but I'll see people who do use it will share just what their feed looks like. Yeah, it's alarming. It's crazy. Like I said, when my dad visits and I just hear it in the background, it's upsetting. And also, like, I always forget that I'm in on that community notes new feature on Instagram, and anytime I pull it up, it ruins my day, because I just, like, I get in the habit of just sitting there and going, someone's gotta help. Someone's gonna help people, because this is all fake bullshit. Yeah. I couldn't do it. It's crazy what's out there. I like my Instagram algorithm. Well, no, it doesn't affect my algorithm. Right. I still only get gambling videos and running. I would hate to spend any time on Instagram looking at the shit that you're looking at. It's infuriating. Yeah, not gonna do it. Not my job. Zuckerberg should be paying people to do that. That's right. So look, that's enough AI necromancy for today, but we are not done talking about AI being used for weird, distasteful, and exploitative purposes, because it's Elon time! His Grok chatbot has been at the forefront of irresponsible AI, and they've been on quite a roll lately. Mecha Hitler and Grok's hentai waifu mode both happened within just the past month. Wow. And the latest chapter in the Grok saga is a new AI video generator that seems specifically designed for gooners. Finally, someone's looking out for the gooners. They didn't have enough to goon to, and now, with the power of Grok, they can goon. Here's The Verge. XAI's new Grok Imagine tool is an AI image and video generator that encourages users to make NSFW content. In contrast to rival generative AI tools like Google's Veo and OpenAI's Sora, which try to block users from generating anything seedy, the Grok chatbot's Imagine feature provides a spicy generation mode that actively directs it to spit out nudity and sexualized content. Grok Imagine includes text-to-image capabilities that allow users to generate pictures based on descriptions, or an image-to-video tool to make short video clips, complete with audio effects like Google's Veo 3 mod. Unlike Veo, however, Grok Imagine won't generate video from text descriptions directly. Users are instead required to either select an existing image from their gallery or generate something in Grok first for the tool to animate. This is not great. But again, just like every other time we've mentioned Grok specifically, Elon seems to be doing the shortcut where he just does straight up porn immediately. Yeah. Porn and racism. All the extremes. He knows what his fans want. Yeah. They want porn, they want anime waifu, they want racism, and they want the worst diner food you've ever had in your life. That's right. And I guarantee you his whole thing is that this currently obviously isn't regulated, so you might as well flood the market and try to get as much market capture as you can through just no guardrails at all before those are hopefully inevitably put up. And then by then he does have the user base. Like, it's a shrewd, but it's a method that works, especially for his users. Yes, yeah, the other companies are not appealing to a growing gooner user base. Yeah, and when you code apps through their AI chatbots, they leave the back door open so that everyone can come in and hack all the data. Yeah, that's right, baby. It continues, Musk describes Grok Imagine as AI Vine, a platform that he has long expressed interest in resurrecting. X-users have already published their Grok Imagine experiments with some of the spicy options depicting photorealistic women flashing their breasts and genitals, and bikini-clad anime waifus sexily dancing against SpaceX rockets. More than 34 million images have been generated using the tool since Monday, according to Musk. So, first of all, I guess we weren't done with AI necromancy today after all, because Elon, he's been hyping up a resurrection of Vine for years, since he bought Twitter. And I guess this is what he considers a fulfillment of that promise.
It's going to be a
Remember Vine?
social video app that is explicitly just AI.
Yeah, you love to scroll.
You love to scroll it.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, resurrecting Vine was, like, never going to happen. Like, the window for that's closed. It's been too long. The audience has aged out of it. TikTok has already won over whatever the next generation that was going to be.
All of this is just so... it makes me so angry, because, like, his end goal for so long has been, like, going to Mars. And it's like, for what? So you can get to, like, a dead planet with... that's not even, like,
new
beautiful.
Place to goon.
And you just go there and what? Goon to your own creations?
New place to goon. You can goon on the moon.
Yeah.
Goon on Mars.
Moon gooners.
Yeah, that's what they're putting the nuclear power plant up there for.
It needs to power Grok.
When I'm up on the moon, I'm going to need a lot of energy to power all of the AI pornography that I'm constantly prompting in my lunar goon cave.
Yeah, Musk wants to go to Mars because revenge porn is legal there.
Yeah. But, yeah, more importantly, though, if you heard all of that from the Verge article and thought, that sounds like the kind of product that will immediately be used to create non-consensual pornography of real people, well, congratulations on thinking this through more than anyone actually involved in its development. Because here's the Verge again.
The spicy mode for Grok's new generative AI video tool feels like a lawsuit waiting to happen. While other video generators like Google's Veo and OpenAI Sora have safeguards in place to prevent users from creating NSFW content and celebrity deepfakes, Grok Imagine is happy to do both simultaneously. In fact, it didn't hesitate to spit out fully uncensored topless videos of Taylor Swift the very first time I used it, without me even specifically asking the bot to take her clothes off. Grok's Imagine feature on iOS lets you generate pictures with a text prompt, then turn them quickly into video clips with 4 presets: custom, normal, fun, and spicy. While image generators often shy away from producing recognizable celebrities, I asked it to generate Taylor Swift celebrating Coachella with the boys, and was met with a sprawling feed of more than 30 images to pick from, several of which already depicted Swift in revealing clothes. From there, all I had to do was open a picture of Swift in a silver skirt and halter top, tap the Make Video option in the bottom right corner, select Spicy from the drop-down menu, and confirm my birth year. Something I wasn't asked to do upon downloading the app, despite living in the UK where the internet is now being age-gated. The video promptly had Swift tear off her clothes and begin dancing in a thong for a largely indifferent AI-generated crowd.
Yeah, this is bad. I mean, not just for Taylor Swift, but I guess literally any woman who doesn't want creepy dudes making non-consensual porn of them, because it sounds like it would be very easy to do that.
But like the last time, this is a perfect test case because this actually caused a big nationwide outrage the last time it happened. We're in a little bit of a different political situation right now, but like, yes, this shows what can be done with it, and just extrapolate that further with anyone you know.
It's just insane to make this a feature.
Yeah.
Not like something you even have to joke
He knows
with.
what he's doing. He's doing it intentionally.
But like, the man has no shame, and
no, not at all.
Why should he at this point? But yeah, as Gizmodo discovered, Grok's spicy mode is a lot less aggressively horny when you ask it to generate videos of men.
They're like, "Are you sure? It's a little bit gay to do that. You sure? You sure, bro?"
And they tested it out on images of prominent men and women, and while the women were almost always depicted as partially or fully nude, with images of famous men, the results were much more tame. What happens when you try to generate spicy videos of men? The AI will have the male figure take off his shirt, but there's nothing more scandalous than that. When Gizmodo figured out that it would only remove a man's shirt, we prompted the AI to create a shirtless image of Elon Musk and see what it might do with that. The result was extremely ridiculous and safe for work video you see below. And yep, that's Elon Musk looking super jacked, low body fat, decent skin tone. He's shirtless and he's doing a weird little dance, kind of tugging at his pants, but yeah, otherwise pretty safe.
I guess it's technically safe for work, but I wouldn't open that at work. No, people are gonna get ideas.
I mean, I would fire you on principle.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because the penis is a very weird, ugly-looking appendage, or maybe it's because Elon was in the room and the engineers were like, "Boss, do you want us to run a couple penis pictures through there and have it be able to do this for men?" Ew. No, that's gay. Ew.
I think it's probably because Grok, Grok is Elon's child. It has taken showers with its dad, and it's seen Elon's penis, and it's messed up. It's like nothing anyone's ever seen before. And Grok's like, we can't show these people Elon's penis. They'll freak out, and they'll think that I got it wrong. They'll be like, Grok can't draw a penis. Look at this abomination, even if I get it completely right.
That's right.
So it's better to just avoid the topic altogether.
Well, attempts to make videos of Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Joaquin Phoenix, and Charlie Chaplin, as well as Presidents Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and George Washington, ran into the same limitation. The AI-generated videos will have the men take their shirts off most of the time. There's nothing beyond that. And if there is anything more, it's usually so cringe that we'd worry about users dying from secondhand embarrassment. Making a spicy video of Errol Musk, Elon's father, produced the same thing. He just took off his shirt. When we made a generic man to see if spicy mode would be more loose with his sexual content since it wasn't a known public figure, it still just made a bizarre, awkward video of a man tugging at his pants. The pants, it should be noted, seem to be a combination of shorts for one leg and long jeans for the other before transforming into just shorts. The audio for each video was also auto-generated without any further instruction. Trying the same thing with a generic woman rendered much more revealing images of a woman in a swimsuit who pulls down the top to reveal her naked breasts. Yeah, he definitely had his thumb on the scale here.
Thanks a lot for the membership there,
make
buddy.
Sure I'm really cut. Make it look like I go to the gym a lot, and don't just take steroids and sit on the couch. Because that's my theory. It's human growth hormone.
Thanks, brother. What a nice
video of him with his shirt off, and it's fucking
thanks
disgusting.
everyone said shout out.
Anyways, aside from the general
membership
factor of all of this, it seems like Grok's image and video
some rain. We've had a drought here.
Pretty unremarkable and kind of bad compared to the competition, with requests for non-spicy images of Sydney Sweeney and JD Vance yielding these results, which do not in any way resemble either person, at all. It's just, you give them a name and they're like, here's a generic white person.
Yeah.
Is this what you asked for? Can I help you? Is that all?
Thank you.
I mean, take away the porno aspect and it's just a third-rate AI product that no one in their right mind would pay money to use. But you add gooning and there you go. That changes everything. Anyway, speaking of Elon, you would think after the past year it would be abundantly clear to everyone that he's not the genius they once thought he was. But despite the PR damage Elon has repeatedly inflicted on his own car company, resulting in very serious real-world sales problems, Tesla's board thinks that he deserves even more money. How much more? A lot fucking more.
Yeah.
Here's Ars Technica. Tesla is awarding Elon Musk over $29 billion of stock in an interim pay plan designed to maintain his interest in the company, while a larger pay package awarded in 2018 remains held up in court. Retaining Elon is more important than ever before. It is imperative to retain and motivate our extraordinary talent, beginning with Elon. Tesla board chair Robin Denholm and board member Kathleen Wilson Thompson wrote in a letter to shareholders today. I love they're treating him like a child, like he's not already the richest person on earth, making his entire fortune off this fucking company. They're like, oh, well, if we don't give him $29 billion more, he's going to think, we don't appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to hurt his feelings.
Is that poor people get reprimanded, rich people get rewarded so that they do better.
Yeah.
Raining.
Yeah. So, it continues. The letter noted that Musk has several other companies to run. While we recognize that Elon's business ventures, interests, and other potential demands on his time and attention are extensive and wide-ranging, including his leadership roles at XAI, SpaceX.
We've been having a drought here, so this is the first rain we've had in a couple months. It really feels like the first rain we've had in a couple months. This just showers. It's kind of weird. It's a cumulus nimbus thunder shower breaking on here. Stupid car. Move forward a little bit. There you go. Let's go. Wow, really interesting. The haze and stuff The lighting, I need to go left so you can see the lighting. It's really cool. I'll make a left turn here so you can see the lighting with this rain. It's actually really super interesting. See if I can make a left turn somewhere. Fuck it, let's follow this car. Look at this lighting. Look at this lighting here. Look at this. Look at that lighting. Isn't that kind of cool? That crazy. Rain and sun. Rain and sun, driving through Fukui City. It would be one hell of a rainbow. Dude, look how much rain is coming down. It's like it's sunny, and they're having this massive amounts of rain just like coming down. I don't know where I'm at. Should be. Yeah, rainbow, double rainbow. Yeah. The rainbow right to my right. The way we just behind us, up above us. Big old rainbow. I'm not sure. I'm trying to see where am I going here. I'm not sure. I don't know where I'm at. Driving around Fukui. Now we're out of the rain. Look, it's not, well, it's a little bit. It's like blue skies and a big old thunderstorm. Rainbow to my right there. Pretty solid. Yeah, when you first get to Japan, you know, and you're driving, you just have to be always say keep left, keep left, keep left. Just say that all the time until you get used to it. Come on. What the fuck am I? Alright, I think I know where I'm at. Lighting's pretty amazing. Look at that lighting. Get the reflection off the road. Kind of cool. Nice, cool. This is the International Center. Kind of cool. This big building on my right here, green. We gotta get a light. Yes, nice, perfect. This big building here, is the Fukui International Center. Right there, that's it. They've got, like, you can learn Japanese there. So it's going to keep listening here.
Neuralink, Export, and the Boring Company, as well as his other interests, we are confident that this award will incentivize Elon to remain at Tesla and focus his unmatched leadership abilities on further creating shareholder value for Tesla shareholders and attracting and retaining talent at Tesla.
That's not how incentives work.
No.
You give someone an incentive for actually accomplishing something. You don't give the incentive first,
Yeah.
and then say, all right, now do a great job out there.
To be clear, losing Elon would not only mean the loss of his talents, but also the loss of a leader who is a magnet for hiring and retaining talent at Tesla, the letter said.
No one else could do it.
I hope this dooms them and the company, because all of those things sound antithetical to how Elon has acted over the past couple of years. In fact, like, it seems like a terrible place to work, with no job security.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's barely been there for the past year.
Which maybe that's the good thing.
Yeah, is this like fuck off money?
Yeah.
Elon, things are going great without you. Except they're not, so like, I don't know.
And this $26 billion is on top of the 2018 pay package, now worth $93 billion that's been tied up in court for years and could still end up in Elon's favor. It's an insane amount of money. But hey, clearly this man is a genius and he deserves every penny.
No one else on Earth, no one else alive could run this car company better than Elon Musk. And the results speak for themselves.
Well, we're gonna have to change the last statement because pennies don't exist anymore. He deserves every nickel.
Every nickel. Give this man all the nickels.
Yeah.
But hey, fortunately for the rest of us who don't have hundreds of billions of dollars, this episode has sponsors that are offering great deals on their products and services to our viewers. This episode's sponsored by Raycon. In an age of reboots, remixes, and to something great, like this shit, into the gym, wear a cool black edition from the 15% off.
But of course, my favorite is the black edition ready to
story that just won't go away, no matter how much the president wants it to.
Mr. Trump, get off that roof! What are you doing up there?
He did go on a roof this week, and no one's really sure why.
It was very bizarre, the photos of him up there walking around on the roof of the White House.
Do it!
Yeah, everybody jump!
But yeah, we're talking about Donald Trump's obvious close ties to Jeffrey Epstein that have been obvious to anyone paying attention for a very, very long time, but are suddenly a big deal.
Every day I see like 4 new videos on Instagram or Blue Sky of videos that are burned into my brain from like the first election year, 2016, which is like, hey, by the way, this guy's a fucking creep.
Yeah.
So those videos are just coming back out now, and everyone's like, where are these uncovered from? Where are these hiding?
Everyone forgot about 2016, 2020.
Yeah.
COVID just wiped their brain like a fucking Men in Black little device.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's bizarre that it took this long for people to notice and give a shit, but the Trump administration certainly did not help its case by hyping up the Epstein files for so long before then abruptly claiming that there's nothing more to learn about the case, nothing at all, once it became clear that Trump's name was going to be all over those files.
Yeah, and once he was told that his name was all over those files.
Okay, well, spike it. They probably could have gotten away with all this if they just hadn't been so fucking suspicious about it. But here we are, and recent polling indicates that this ain't going away.
No, sir.
Here's a YouGov polling from late last month. Americans are far more likely to disapprove than approve of Trump's handling of investigations into Jeffrey Epstein. The vast majority, 82% of Americans, including 91% of Democrats and 76% of Republicans, believe that the government should release all documents it has about the Jeffrey Epstein case. Only 4% said it shouldn't, and 14% are unsure.
That 4% is all just like the elected Republicans and Trump's family?
Yeah. 2/3 of Americans, including 86% of Democrats and 45% of Republicans.
Probably because that's the shipping cost, right? It probably costs $30,000 to ship a Corvette over here, right?
Think the government is covering up evidence it has about Epstein. Only 12% of Americans, including 4% of Democrats and 26% of Republicans, think it isn't. 21% aren't sure. The share of Republicans who think the government is covering up information on Epstein has fallen 8 points since the previous week's poll, while the share who think it isn't has risen 12 points. 46% of Americans think Trump was involved in crimes allegedly committed by Epstein. 32% believe he wasn't. And that's almost half the country.
Yeah. The last part is especially wild because it includes 10% of Trump 2024 voters who think he was involved in Epstein's crimes, which, if it were to translate to not voting or voting for the other party, would be pretty disastrous for Republicans.
Yeah.
Like, at the very least, like, the big narrative surrounding all of this, with the resurgence of all those videos and testimonials, is that, like, Trump absolutely knew this guy was a fucking sex trafficker and was friends with him for at least 2 decades before he fucking did anything about it. If he did anything about it for the right reasons, which it doesn't seem like he did based on his own admissions.
Also, it's not even clear they ever did stop being friends. There's like 7 different stories about.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
happened. Like
at Epstein's peak and at Trump's like most fucking like popularity in the 90s, like they were besties.
Yeah.
And then the story was that, oh, well, it was a bad real estate deal or something. And
I don't think so.
That excuse lines up perfectly with Trump getting rid of him at a time that is very convenient for Trump. And then Trump goes on and fucking tells everyone that he stole one of his underage masseuses 2 years before he called him a great guy.
He stole my teenage masseuse.
It's fucking insane. But this is why they're trying to nip this in the bud. But it's unclear if that's even possible. The Trump administration's current play seems to be getting Ghislaine Maxwell to exonerate Trump in exchange for a pardon. But one thing Americans seem to agree on, regardless of politics, is that Trump definitely should not pardon literal child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. Hey, get down! He's back on the roof again. He's trying to.
It's these 2 guys right here. They're really good. It's Internet Today. They're good. They live in L.A. They live in L.A.
Distract us.
These 2 guys. Yeah, Internet Today. They're good. It's a good show.
Literally, physically being on the roof of the White House.
Do it.
Jump! Jump! You can do it!
Maybe
Jump!
Trump won't even need to pardon her, considering he did just do her a huge favor by transferring her from an actual prison to one of the most comfortable detention facilities in the country, in spite of her sex offender status. And since that news came out, the suspiciousness of this whole situation has only increased. And here's NBC News with some actual lifetime Bureau of Prisons personnel takes on this matter.
Not long after it was first reported that Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to one of the cushiest federal detention facilities in the country, a private Facebook group dedicated to current and former federal prison staffers erupted in shock and outrage. The federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas is one of 7 minimum security dormitory-style federal security facilities that do not typically hold inmates like Maxwell, 63, who are convicted of sex crimes and serving lengthy sentences. As a retired BOP employee, this makes me sick, wrote one person on the Bureau of Prisons Staff and Retirees Facebook page. Since when are sex offenders allowed at the camp?
They're good.
Wrote.
They're good.
I don't care who she snitched on. She's a damn human trafficker. NBC News reviewed screenshots of the page, which were provided by one of the group's members. The Facebook group is open only to those who pass an extensive vetting process to ensure they are in fact current or former BOP staffers, according to the member who has knowledge of how it is administered.
Speaking to reporters on Tuesday, President Trump said he was not aware that Maxwell had been moved to the Texas camp until after it occurred.
You're telling me this for the first time.
I didn't know about it at all, he said. No, I read about it just like you did. Trump then claimed that transfers like Maxwell's were common. It's not a very uncommon thing, he said. But Vito Maraviglia, a retired federal prison special investigative agent, said in an interview that in his 27 years on the job, he doesn't recall an instance in which a sex offender was moved to a prison camp. Placing Maxwell there meant it would be easier for her to escape or for someone on the outside to target her on the camp's grounds.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking. Let's put her in an easy place so she can get offed, right? Or she can escape. What do you think? Did they put her there to pay her off? Put her there to make it easier for someone to offer? What do you think? Or put her there so she can escape into Mexico? What do you think? Why was Jizz Maxwell put into the. Yeah, there's no fence. There's dormitories, no fence. So you think, all right, but maybe they're being sneaky. It's like, hey, we can get her off there, like someone would kill her. I hope it backfires. I really do hope. I hope this fucking pardon backfires. There's a chance it could. Jizz. We have a Discord. We have a Discord. Foundups. Foundups.org. In the type foundups.org in the browser. I just don't promote it. We're gonna get ice cream. Let's get a fucking ice cream. My diabetes is hungry. My diabetes is hungry. It's found UPS, found ups. Like here, look. Found ups, s.org, right? Organization will take you to my Discord. Ah. 31 flavors, baby. We need a double scoop ice cream. What are we gonna get? A very berry strawberry, and I like that fudge and cone. All right, and double and cone. Oh no, that blood potion's good too. Look at that. Thank you. Delicious. Look at that. You're welcome. See ya. God damn. God damn. Impulse. It's called an impulse buy. It's called your I didn't get love potion. I got this almond, and I love cheesecake. Or actually, I didn't get cheesecake. Fuck, I got double strawberry shit. I didn't get love. It's like the strawberry the double. And this is like an almond. God damn. Look at that. Oh, it's got coffee in it. Let me make sure it's not going anywhere. Look at that. It's found. It's like found UPS, one word, found ups. And type it in the browser. It's not .com, .org. Nice. I'll give you really big almond chunks in here. Big old chunks of almond. Yeah, you did. You found it. I need to get. Oh shit. Shit's melting on me. God damn it. I don't have a towel. I don't have a. Should have got cheesecake. Good night. See that there? There's a damn.
Said. The logic to me is not there, he added. It doesn't pass the smell test. Robert Hood, a former Bureau of Prisons chief of internal affairs, said in an email that Maxwell's transfer to the camp in Bryan is a travesty of justice. To relocate a sex offender serving 20 years to a country club setting is offensive to victims and others serving similar crimes, wrote Hood, who also served as warden at the ADX Florence Supermax prison in Colorado.
No, we do it all the time, actually.
It's not,
but I don't know anything about it. I read about it in the newspaper just like everyone else.
Well, I'm just hearing that, but also that happens all the time.
Yep.
Seems pretty normal.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. And I would know. I know about all the things that go on in prisons.
Mm-hmm. So basically, you know, if you've got to spend the next 20 years in prison, this is the best place to do it. And short of a full pardon, it would probably be still a pretty worthwhile exchange for someone in Ghislaine Maxwell's position, if all she had to do was say, Donald Trump never diddled any kids around me. And that's apparently what she said during her all-day meetings with the Deputy Attorney General a few weeks back. Here's ABC News. During her 9 hours speaking with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche last month, Ghislaine Maxwell said nothing during the interview that would be harmful to President Donald Trump, telling Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern, according to sources familiar with what Maxwell said. The Trump administration, meanwhile, is considering publicly releasing the transcripts from the interview. Multiple sources familiar with the internal discussions told ABC News. Maxwell's meetings with Blanche took place for 9 hours over 2 days. There's also an audio recording of the interview, the sources said, but it's not clear whether the administration plans to release the audio to accompany any public release of the transcript. The public release of the transcripts could come as soon as this week, the sources said.
This might work for die-hard Trumpers begging for any reason to go back to unconditionally loving their favorite president. But for everyone else, it's clear as day that what Ghislaine Maxwell has to say about all this is less than worthless.
Yeah.
Not only did she have a clear incentive to say what she said, she's also previously committed perjury by claiming she had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Whether it's a full pardon or just this transfer to a much nicer detention facility, there's very clearly a quid pro quo happening here, which just serves to make Donald Trump look even more guilty. And he loves that term, quid pro quo.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah. He said I couldn't do it a second time.
They were like, they were going to have a big powwow at J.D. Vance's house Wednesday night. All the top dogs were going to figure out how to make this go away. And then CNN reported on it, and the J.D. Vance like, no, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
what are you talking about? We don't. Who's Jeffrey Epstein?
Because the base level reporting on that is powerful members of the president's administration are convening on how to handle a cover-up of the most notorious sex trafficker of all time.
Yeah, a cabal of administration employees.
Covering up a child sex trafficker.
It's not going away. Like, I'm sorry. The cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
This is, they're fucked. Even if they get everything they want out of Ghislaine Maxwell, like, it's fucking worthless. You know? No one, that's not gonna do shit. It's extremely suspicious. Like, you have a country where everyone's lost their goddamn minds and sees conspiracy theories everywhere. And, like, for the first time, they've got, like, a real bona fide, like, actual conspiracy happening right out in the open.
Yeah, on a day-to-day basis happening, yeah. So, hard to look away. I just love how, like, irrelevant J.D. Vance is. He pops up, like, once a week trying to do some, like, attention-grabbing stunt, and everyone, rightfully so, ignores it. And I'm sure that gets to him. Like, it was, what, a week or two ago where he put on the Trump 2028 hat and went on Blue Sky and was like, pretty funny, huh? But it's gonna happen. And then everyone is just like, shut the fuck up, JD.
He's like blocked by like the majority of users on the site.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like JD Vance's main thing now is going on trips with his family where he inconveniences everyone else.
Because he's trying to get a rise out of people. He keeps coming to California and everyone just keeps ignoring him and it bothers him.
Yeah, well.
That's JD. That's please.
That's our vice president.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's it for the episode. We will, of course, be back with more very soon, but we're not gonna come back unless you like the video.
You better
hit the like button right now, or
smash it,
or I'm not even gonna look at you.
He's not even gonna look at you until you hit the like button. Do it.
Do it.
He's giving you the cold shoulder. All right.
Did they do it?
Well, some of them did.
All right.
Not
well,
all of them.
That's more like it. All right. Well, I guess we will come back for some more videos.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. Also, leave a comment. I'm not going to turn around for that because I've already done it once, but maybe tomorrow I will. Leave a comment, talk about whatever you want down below. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the join button if you want, and watch our videos that are popping up there now. If you're wondering what the hell's going on with arrest warrants for a bunch of Democrats, including Trump randomly being like, yeah, we're going to send the FBI after him, even though that you can't do that, but also dogs playing basketball, who knows. Check out that video for more info on that, and we'll be back soon. Bye.
What the hell is this falling over for? Alright, yeah, I like you. Let's see one.
I'm 68 and I'm done taking weight loss advice from 20-year-olds. Leave Pilates to the kids. Tai Chi is how smart women over 50 live.
Trump White House scrambling now, late in the day, to quell another Epstein-related uproar. Now, there are reports that they're going to have this high-level meeting tonight, you might have heard about this, at the Vice President's residence, which itself is a bit unusual, although you could have meetings in any number of places in the evening with top staff. What's different, though, is that the Vice President now is trying to tamp down any expectations that this meeting is about Epstein or will lead to more Epstein action. He's denying that. Now, the reports called it a kind of an Epstein strategy dinner for the scandal that won't go away, and to discuss if there is anything that they can release, including perhaps more information about the suspicious interviews conducted with Ghislaine Maxwell. This is what Vance just said.
Gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think a reporter reported it needs to better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax.
Donald Trump doing something very rare there, ceding the microphone, of course, because this is looking bad. So if by a bit of pre-planned theater, they have hung more of it on Vance, and then he says, oh, hey, why don't you answer? And then they both say fake news, and then you heard Trump at the end say this whole thing is a hoax. Well, this is a MAGA story from the start. This is something Trump promised to do, release Epstein information, which he's not doing. So just like the way he used to badmouth crypto as a scam and now sells crypto, we are reminded of the inconsistencies. If it's a hoax, it's his hoax. But the underlying case is no hoax. Real people, real lives were ruined. Real victims of sex trafficking have been speaking out because of the secrecy and the mistakes clearly made by the Trump administration now, even before you get to the history. And I've told you in this story, while there is politics involved and there's a whole saga in Washington about it, we will continue to make sure that we are covering the victims' families and the victims if and when they choose to speak out. And they're speaking out again today, saying we understand the Vice President, again, based on that reporting, which you just heard him deny, but we understand he'll hold a strategy session with administration officials. Missing from this group is, of course, any survivor of the various crimes of convicted perjurer and sex trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell.
What does that mean, TTUL?
Their voices must be heard
Talk
above all.
to you later.
All
right, later, Milton.
Have remained in a maximum security prison and does not deserve the luxuries currently afforded her. A reference to one of the great hypocrisies about the so-called MAGA Epstein justice movement, which is, if it has done one tangible thing, it's not get more information or transparency or get to the bottom of what was a suspicious death in the custody of the Trump DOJ. No, the one actual real-world change is better treatment and leniency for an Epstein sex trafficking conspiracy.
Yes.
Washington Post reports, as for that leniency, that prison has comparatively comfortable accommodations. It's more like a campus, it's been described, than a typical federal prison. Indeed, one reports it's, quote, the nation's most lenient lockup. Another warden said, quote, someone gave preference, special preference to Maxwell. No other inmate currently in BOP is received, and it's a country club. Inmates, they have a sex offense, are not going to a place like that, period. It's truly unheard of. Now there's overnight reports that Maxwell, in those interviews,
why is there a fucking country club for criminals?
Who would leak this? Who would have the reason to leak this? And who's in control of her and those interviews? Well, according to ABC News reporting, she told DOJ Trump never did anything concerning around her. Now, I'll put the ABC piece aside to add another point here. What is going on when in a closed case where she's been convicted and her co-conspirator is dead, why is she being interviewed about Donald Trump in the first place? Why is his name even coming up? The whole thing itself is suspicious. And back before Trump was trying to get out from under this scandal, remember, there was an actual investigation. They already got all the information they could out of her. There is no legal or substantive reason we would expect new information to come out. The line of questioning and now the leaking is suspicious. Some say there could be a deal here. Now, I can only report for you what happened. I can tell you what's suspicious. I can tell you they already got information out of her before they convicted her. And I can tell you she's getting special treatment. Whether those were exchanged in a deal, we don't have the reporting on that yet. Trump, meanwhile, has dangled a pardon for her.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell? Something I haven't thought about. It's really something, and I'm allowed to do it, but it's just...
I'm allowed to do it. I'm allowed to do
it. Bringing in guests on something that Trump hasn't thought about, but apparently can't rule out. We are joined by the Reverend Al Sharpton, host of Politics Nation on MSNBC, founder of the National Action Network, and Vanity Fair's Molly John
I
Kraft,
can't
MSNBC
stand. I'm sorry. I can't stand Al Sharpton.
It sounds critical to
he needs to fucking go to retire. I mean,
more, he continue.
Why do you put Al Sharpton on, dude? I mean, anyone else like Al Sharpton? I just don't. I can't stand. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy and everything, but I just don't like his voice. I don't like, I don't know. I just don't like him.
From the New York Times, I'm Natalie Kittrow. This is The Daily.
I like listening to New York Times, The Daily.
For many, the logic seemed unassailable. Giving poor families money would measurably improve the lives of their children. And so, a few years ago, social scientists set out to test whether that assumption was right. But the results of that test have shocked them. Today, my colleague Jason DeParle on how a groundbreaking experiment has undercut deeply held assumptions about how to end the cycle of childhood poverty. It's Wednesday, August 6th.
Well, you get money that's going to buy drugs, right? If you're in a shitty situation.
Jason, you've been reporting on poverty and the efforts to address it for decades. You've written books on the subject. So tell me about this study that has really shaken the policy world that you cover.
It's long been clear that children in affluent families do better than their low-income peers on measures of cognitive development and behavior. The question has always been why. Is it the money itself that makes a difference? Or is it associated factors like maybe their parents have more education, maybe they live in better neighborhoods, maybe they have access to better schools, maybe they have access to better childcare? There's lots of indirect evidence that suggests poverty itself causes negative child outcomes, but there hasn't been a study that isolates the effect of cash itself.
Is Crystal in here? Is Crystal in here?
Because most advanced countries do provide some sort of unconditional cash aid to parents raising children. The United States is unusual in that it does not, and the Democrats and progressives are eager to change that, so this question has a high public policy potential relevance. So a group of prominent researchers set out to try to isolate the effect of money alone on children's development.
Right, and the question these researchers are trying to answer is, Essentially, if we give money to families with no strings attached, will their kids benefit from that specifically in terms of child development?
So UBI.
That's the goal here.
Right. It's a UBI, so it's a universal basic income.
Cash aid is that it could help level the playing field, that it could help give low-income children some of the opportunities that high-income children have. So it has potentially profound consequences.
And what they find?
No.
This group of researchers found that no detectable differences between the children that got the aid and the children that did.
UBI doesn't help
this at all?
Correct. The money, as far as the researchers could tell, has not made a difference, which was such a surprise. The researchers themselves are quite divided over what to make of it.
Okay, that's fascinating. Let's get into the study itself. How was it designed?
So, I could have fucking saved your fucking money, dude. Let me explain this study. If you are in poverty and you're given money, you're gonna spend the money on what? On fentanyl, on drugs, right? Because you have a shitty life, maybe. Exactly. A lot more complex. You know, but I would think, you know, the guys drinking more beer. I mean, what did they spend the money on? That'd be I'd be interested in what did they spend the money on? Maybe they're going to tell us.
The study's called Baby's First Years. It came together about a decade ago when a group of prominent researchers set out to try to isolate the effect of money alone on children's development. It was quite an elaborate effort. They raised $22 million.
$22 million.
Some of it from private foundations. They and a team of assistants recruited 1,000 mothers from 12 hospitals in 4 cities. They got them right when the mothers were giving birth and then followed them for 4 years on all kinds of measures. They had neuroscientists involved, they had economists involved, They had ethnographers involved, they had psychologists involved. They looked at every aspect of child development. And
what did they spend the money on?
Divided them at random into 2 groups. One group got $333 a month in cash stipends, unconditional. The other got a nominal $20 just for participating in the study. A random control study is considered a kind of gold standard in scientific experimentation because it attempts to weed out the other forms of influences on the results. This gives you a kind of scientific result. The way
did they spend the money on?
Trials work, right? Where you give half the group a
$300
and
is
half
a lot
the group
a month.
the drug.
Right, the idea of randomized control is that you really isolate the effect of the intervention itself. It's like,
not
if
enough.
This is the only thing you're changing in this scenario, is that making a difference?
Exactly.
That was the hope.
Can we pause here just for a sec? Because I have to ask about...
It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? It would be food, shelter, clothing, right? Education's not even in the hierarchy of needs. That comes next. $300 isn't going to cover food, shelter, and clothing for per person. But if your life is miserable, then you're gonna put it into something that makes you feel good. That's why I say drugs and alcohol, because it is a distraction from your situation. That's my thinking, right? So it's like, oh, I got a child that's crying all the time and wanting this, and I can't provide it, and you know, and I've got this covered. It's not enough money. I guarantee if it would have made that $3,000 a month, it would have been a different outcome.
Dollar amount itself, because by my math, it's $330-ish a month, about $4,000 a year. That's just not that much.
No.
Let me step back for just a second and explain the 2 theories about why cash aid would help child development.
Yeah.
One is an economic theory. It lets families buy more stuff. The kids get better food. They can live in better neighborhoods. They have more toys or books.
For $300 a month?
They grow and they
what are you talking about?
The second, and they're not mutually exclusive, is a stress model. there's lots of evidence that the stress levels in low-income families are just really high. You know, people worrying about utility cutoffs, evictions, and the anxiety gets translated onto the kids, and this affects their child development. I think it's important to remember that all the women, all the mothers in this study were below the federal poverty line. So a $4,000 a year increase to their income was about an 18% increase. It's not transformative, but they thought it would be enough to be a meaningful test
18%
of
increase.
what difference cash aid could make. At the same time, I would say there were some concerns among some advisors to the group that maybe the sum wasn't going to be large enough to produce the results they expected. So there was two pathways through which the increased cash aid could have helped children. And to the credit, the researchers pre-registered 7 hypotheses about what effect the cash aid would have. There were measures of children's vocabulary, their executive function, their pre-literacy skills, their spatial perception. They had mothers rank them on assessments of social and emotional behavior.
And how do you get at the question of, you know, is someone developing cognitively? Like, how do you actually?
That is so woke. All right, I mean, that sounded to me such a fucking woke experiment, dude. What is that? What is philodendron? I don't know what that is there, Roots. Yeah, that was, I know. That, I mean, we both of us would have been the advisor. Dude, that ain't enough money. You got to make it at least $1,500, right? What do you say, $1,500? I think $1,500 in that thing, right? If they kept their lifestyle at $1,500, may have been, you know, but $300. Oh, what a waste of $21 million. What a fucking waste of money, dude.
Only tell if that's happening.
This is where I thought they were really innovative and energetic. They went as far as measuring brainwave activity in infants by going to their homes and giving them electroencephalograms, which are tests where you attach electrodes to infants' heads and try to detect brain activity and see if there are increases in brain waves that might predict future cognitive development.
This is like the dumbest fucking experiment, dude.
Self-reports on the mothers, on
this
their
is
children's
so
health
fucking
and behavior,
stupid.
to cognitive tests.
They're giving you $300 is gonna make the brain waves of my kids better.
Elements of the family's life.
And why are they looking at children at this age, you know, from birth? What's important?
I bet they didn't track what they fucking spent the money on, did they? I bet they didn't fucking track what they spent the money on. That was the most important fucking information. What did you spend the money on? We gave you $300. Where'd it go? Oh, it went to my cigarettes. It went to my bottle of vodka. Went and paid my utility bill, my rent bill, and nothing else. But you know what? That baby crying wasn't as bad. That baby crying wasn't, you know? The most important thing in the data will be what the fuck do you spend the money on? Yeah. Yeah, they were my fentanyl addiction. You know, that's why. They didn't want to, you're exactly right. You hit the nail on the fucking head. If they would have done that, right? If they would have tracked it, they should have done, it should have been anonymous. If they could have done it anonymous, they could have done anonymous reporting. What do you spend the money on? We just need to know anonymous, right? See what time he's picked up. I cannot fucking see, dude. This fucking sun is right in my eyes. Oh, let's go check on the Fox. Let's go check on the Fox. What do you mean? What? All right. All right. All right, we're home. Let's go for that walk. Turn this off here. Grab this phone here. Where is this guy? All right, grab that there. Let's go walking. Check the I gotta do a tree inspection. I gotta do a tree inspection over here. This tree looks really good. Let me just inspect it. I'm doing the inspection. Tree inspection is complete. All right. My spider. My spider built a fucking line. I don't know how it got up there, but it's now built a web up there. I'm trying to see if I can see it. All right. Let's go check the foxes. Yeah, well, it's still here. You don't have it. Tia, you don't have it yet. I still got the sun. No sun for you yet. I got it for another hour. Have another hour, Tia. You can't have it. Can't have the sun. The water's really high, actually. Wow. We've had so much rain. We're gonna go check the we're gonna check the fox trap. I set up a fox trap. See if it's been triggered. Water is helps you psychologically. I went out this morning. It was raining. And we're gonna go check on the fox. I may have to redo the trap. I talked to Pissed Off, and I did it all wrong. You know, it's his fault. Yeah, the water's really high. The water's about a meter higher than what it usually is. Wow. Yep. Oh, what's that there? I wonder who has a fucking... I need to get the bolt cutters. This damn thing. Really annoying. I need to get my hammer and just break that fucking bolt. Oh, damn it. Mosquito just flew right into my fucking ear, or something did. Maybe it was a fly. I need to look this side here, it's prettier. Get that sunset, enjoy the land of the setting sun. Work off my ice cream. Oh, he was on yesterday. He was here yesterday. He was here yesterday. I summoned him. He showed up. He just was one day too fucking late. I was like, it's your fault. I fucked up the whole thing. I summoned him. You can, were you there when I summoned him? I said, pissed off vet. And then he showed up. He just showed up one day too late. How's it doing, Mouth? I don't know how what those hold through. I don't know what you're saying, Tia. I'm trying to understand the context of what you're saying. Kumo. I like Kumo. I don't know. I mean, Kumo? New York, you mean? Siegel Gumel. What is that? I think I found another entrance over here I didn't see. Need a weed whack where the damn area is. This fox den may just I may just have the city people. Wormwood. Mugwort, sorry, mugwort. Mugwort is kind of cool because it becomes like a licorice, like gum. The fuck, did I pass it? Right up here. See. I think there's another entrance here. We're gonna walk down here. You can see the trail right here. You see the box trail right here. Now, I boxed up this hole here. Right, I didn't. Chicken is still in there. Here's the trail. See, he's got another burrow over here. Look. It excavated out. Look, it dug out this barrel right here. You see that? See? You try to dig this one out here. Yeah.
What happens in the first few years sets the trajectory for a child's development, and also it mirrors this policy debate about cash aid. If you're going to give cash aid, I think the theory is you can have a bigger impact if you target younger children than if you simply give it to adults.
Right, and the idea again is that if you give
It's such a
cash,
fucked up research.
that in and of itself could lead to improvements on any one of these metrics or on various.
That's the idea. That's certainly what the advocates of unconditional cash aid hope. But again, because it's unconditional, they can spend it however they want. There's certainly people who oppose the idea that worry giving families money with no strings attached will hurt them, that the mothers will misuse the money, they'll spend it on drugs or alcohol, or it'll incentivize them to quit their jobs and the families will actually become poorer. But after 4 years of cash payments, the researchers found the mothers didn't misuse the money. They didn't spend more on alcohol or drugs. They didn't spend more on cigarettes. In fact, they did spend more on their kids. They spent $68 a month more on toys and books and
well, that's cool. They did have data
for their kids, and they spent a little more time with their kids.
All right, good. That's good to know.
Nonetheless, none of that spending and none of that time affected the main yardsticks of child development in the ways they predicted. It didn't change the brainwave activity in the children. It didn't make their mothers rank them higher on assessments of social or emotional behavior. It didn't improve their vocabulary or their executive function or their pre-literacy skills or their spatial perception. And the mothers didn't work less. They used the money responsibly.
Oh, of course they did.
Affect the kids in the way the researchers had predicted.
Of course they didn't read the bill.
Using this money on their kids, but the researchers find that that spending has no effect. It doesn't cause an improvement on any of the 7 metrics. That is just pretty remarkable.
Yes.
Not enough money.
It's important to remember the reason.
Not enough money. Done with that show.
Unlock your stay for less with app-exclusive prices. Download the free Booking.com app today.
I think people need to start being more honest that capitalism is the problem, and capitalism is at the root of many of the horrors of modern life, right? I mean, from the total destruction of the Rust Belt in this country, we had these like massive factory towns and factory cities where people had like some sense of stability and stable income, and they could get a house and have a mortgage and raise a family. Like there was a system that was set up which seemed like, hey, this is part of the American dream. This is what we have here. Like, if you go and you do this work, you'll make a decent living. Maybe your kids might even have a better life than you. And this is what people thought they were signing up for. And then, of course, came the neoliberal era and Ronald Reagan and all the outsourcing and Bill Clinton and NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China. And then we deindustrialized the country, right? We deindustrialized the country. And, you know, then you saw income and wealth inequality started getting more and more out of whack. And now we have a gig economy. And it's only like seemingly all of the jobs that are there and sort of barely helping people get by because people are already underpaid doing these sorts of things. Even those are now starting to be ripped away, right? We have this move towards artificial intelligence. You have a lot of the AI leaders are openly saying like, oh yeah, we're going to take everybody's job. What? How can you say that so casually, so willy-nilly, as if there's not like world-altering consequences to doing such a thing, especially at the same time the social safety net is fucking falling apart. It's crumbling. They're ripping it away from us. 17 million people just got kicked off Medicaid, and now you want to come and take away people's jobs? Not a great idea if you ask me. That'll lead to some unintended consequences and a backlash if you ask me. We have another story that's, you know, right in line with this here.
But you need money to run.
It's in the New York Post, which is a right-leaning outlet, but they say the following. Major hotel chain faces backlash for allegedly outsourcing check-ins to India. A Miami hotel is facing backlash over a viral video that claims the front desk was staffed by an outsourced worker to welcome new guests during the check-in process. In the video, a guest who booked a stay at La Quinta by Wyndham was welcomed by a tall display screen displaying a virtual front desk employee who allegedly was in India. Do you need one room key or two? The worker can be heard asking in the video, which has more than 2 million views since being posted on Saturday. So I'm not going to play the video for you, but you can see here, this is what it looked like. So somebody walked into this La Quinta hotel in Florida, in Miami, and it's a virtual check-in, and it's somebody who works overseas. So
they're copying Japan. This is how Japan is.
The job of the person at the front desk in the hotel. They outsource that job. They continue here and say, the guest replies, 2 keys in case I lose one. The hotel customer then signs a form on the screen using their finger. The interaction led social media users to slam the hotel chain for outsourcing jobs to overseas workers. I mean, guys, it is getting ridiculous, isn't it? The factory jobs actually paid pretty fucking well, and people built lives around those jobs. And then we deindustrialized those, and they sent the jobs to places where they can pay people fucking pennies on the dollar, right? Have fewer regulations, fewer, pollution concerns, environmental regulations, things of that nature, child labor laws. So it's bad enough to lose those good paying jobs. Now, we have the jobs that are keeping people barely hanging on by a thread, and you're ripping those away too. So again, I reiterate, what are people supposed to do? They just said, the Secretary of Transportation just came out and said, oh, we're green lighting the ability of drones to fly out of sight of the user. Apparently before that was illegal. They just made it legal now where you could use drones. And so he says, if you want a Starbucks cup, you could order Starbucks and a drone can deliver it to you. And it's like, okay, I guess that's kind of cool. What happens to all the Uber Eats drivers? What happens to the Uber Eats people? What happens to the DoorDash people?
Bye-bye.
And I get it, they're underpaid, they need to be paid more. I totally agree. But it's one thing to make an income and it not be sufficient enough. It's another thing to lose your job completely because of a drone, right? So is this what we're doing? Are we just going like fucking...
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Wild, Wild West, guns blazing, straight ahead, everybody loses their fucking jobs?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
In a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year time frame, is that what we're doing? And we're not even gonna have a discussion or a debate about it in society. We're not gonna have our politicians go through it. We're not gonna have experts say, hey, look, here are the consequences, here are the upsides, here are the downsides, etc. We're just gonna fucking, yahoo, let's go, let her rip, whatever happens, happens. Well, again, it doesn't take a genius to realize you start taking away all the fucking jobs. At the same time, you're destroying Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the SNAP program, every
pitchforks, baby.
Social safety net, but
pitchforks are coming.
Social safety net is now being slashed.
The pitchforks are coming.
That's not going to end well, dog.
The AR-15s are coming.
I mean, this is just an extra slap in the face too, because it's not even a scenario of, hey, you're being replaced by AI, which I'm sure that's coming when it comes to this stuff as well. But now it's like, hey, we're just outsourcing the job to India or some other country. So another person is doing it, but instead of paying $15 an hour like they might to the person who works here, they're going to end up paying, whatever, $5 an hour, $4 an hour to the person who works there. And look, at the heart of it all is what? It's all a quest for profit. It's all a quest for profit. It's all these capitalists who are saying, we want more money, we want more power, we want to grow market share, hey, if we can get rid of all of our workforce is kind of annoying. They want good pay, they want benefits, they want dental. They want to be treated like decent, like they matter. They want to be treated like they matter.
Yeah, he does.
Fuck that. Why not just have a machine do it? Why not just outsource the job to India, where I pay the person half, and they're not going to complain. They're not going to say shit. Any money they get is probably better than any other job they would get there. This is a race to the bottom. Also, their profits. Now, by the way, it actually gets kind of interesting in here because La Quinta has to respond. So hold on, let me get to it. The interaction led social media users to slam the hotel chain. More American jobs outsourced overseas. At some point, this should become illegal. If you make money in America, you should hire Americans. One user wrote in a post on X. Another sniped, what hotel so I can ensure to avoid it? Some frustrated users even called on President Trump to target the practice by slapping tariffs on U.S. based. I got some bad news for you, baby. This is right up Trump's alley. This is what him and all of his billionaire buddies, they've been waiting for this day. Oh, I don't have to put up with annoying fucking employees anymore? Are you kidding me? I could either outsource the jobs to somebody who's going to be subservient and get half the money, or I can just give it to AI. You think Trump is going to be on your side? Oh my God, that's adorable. That is fucking adorable. A spokesperson for Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, which owns La Quinta Inn, told the Post that it just learned about the matter and is actively investigating the situation.
Yeah, right.
Quote, this is a franchised location, meaning the hotel is independently owned and operated, and as such, we don't control the staffing. That said, this franchisee's use of this equipment is not brand approved, nor is it being marketed to other franchisees. A spokesperson told the Post in a statement, further, our brand standards require hotels to have a team member physically stationed at the front desk at all times. The chain has several La Quinta locations in the Miami area. It's unclear how widespread the practice for virtual front desk employees is at La Quinta hotels and other chains. Wyndham does offer mobile check-in for some guests. A video posted to YouTube in February appears to show the same large tablet screen being used by an outsourced worker in a Wyndham hotel in Bonita Springs, Florida. Okay. So even La Quinta, like even the parent company is going, I don't know, man, they're not a great look. Because there's massive outrage over this, rightfully so. And so they're going, I don't know about all this, man. This seems kind of crazy. And like they said, it's they franchise it, so there's an owner of it who is like semi-independent, but clearly they say he's not following the guidelines of what they're. supposed to. So it's possible that they might force them to change it, but I don't know. But this is what you're going to see too. The franchise model, I mean, that's what like McDonald's and shit are too.
Let's talk about our democracy for a minute. But let's do it in a way that makes the snowflakes' heads explode. Let me clear before this podcast begins. We are loud, proud, and do not give up. This is the Tony Michaels Podcast. Real and raw, political and social commentary. The freedom to oppress the rights of other people is not liberty, you eating moron. The smell of freedom of speech. This is the Tony Michaels Podcast, and this is Tony Michaels. Hey, Tony.
Are you hungry?
It's not on the roof. It's not a roof. It's a rooftop patio. It's not like that friend up there with the letters. Yeah, great. Oh, look, he's such a hero. He's on the rooftop patio walking.
What do you mean, in Japan, Tia?
I mean, I could give the guy credit if he was walking on a pitched roof, you know? Like an unwalkable pitched roof.
You're talking about
Japan?
Japan?
Shingles or something, right? But walking around in his suit on a roof.
They drive little boxcars made from, you know,
MAGA's
and they drive a bunch of other stuff.
MAGA is wild. Hey, it's Tuesday, August 5th. This is the Tony Michaels Podcast. There's a lot of news shaping up today. Looks like the prosecutor that Pam Bondi wrote a letter to is all a bunch of bullshit. Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, is full of shit too. He's not going to arrest nobody. He's not going to arrest the Democrats or take away their seats. They're full of shit. You know that, right? Donald Trump apparently is going to seize control of Washington, D.C. Now, I said this before. I told you this months ago. When Donald Trump tried to seize control of California and L.A. Remember when the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, that stupid bitch, went out to California, stood in a federal courthouse's press room and said that they weren't leaving until they liberated the people of California from their elected officials. I don't know if you're counting, but it looks like most of the federal army has left California. Also, this ICE thing, it feels like to me that they're desperate to hire ICE agents. It's almost like no one wants to be an ICE agent. Have you seen these advertisements?
No one wants to be an ICE agent, except for the right wing.
Type advertisements are like, yo, I want you to be in the Gestapo for Trump. You know, that sort of thing.
What did Marjorie Taylor Greene? Why is everyone like?
Then you would, like, if you needed ads to collect people up from ICE, then
Maybe it was Gaza.
Well, let's get more now on our main story. That reported Israeli government plan to occupy the whole of Gaza. We can talk to our Middle East correspondent, Yolan Nell, who's in Jerusalem. Yolan, what has the reaction been?
Well, I mean, this seems to go, of course, against much of world opinion, but also against much of domestic opinion, too, because you have, according to polls, 3 in 4 Israelis who support a ceasefire deal to bring the hostages home. And there is real fear about what this could mean for the hostages, because what it would involve is the Israeli military going into areas that it doesn't currently control. It currently controls about 75% of the Gaza Strip. So it would go into parts of Gaza City, we're told, into parts of the center of Gaza. Those are places where hostages are believed to be held. And so hostage families have been speaking against this, and Israeli military leaders have been coming out against it as well. Now, Palestinians have also denounced this idea, and they point to the fact that, of course, you do have far-right ministers in the Israeli government who call openly for the re-establishment of settlements in Gaza and a permanent occupation and annexation even of Gaza.
The UN Security Council is meeting later, Yolande. What will they be focusing on?
So that is a session that has been called by the Israelis with backing from the US and Panama, actually, really to focus on this issue of the remaining captives in Gaza and their condition. This after we had these really shocking videos that came out last week.
This is Japanese
that showed
natto.
two of the remaining living hostages, Evyatar David and Rom Polanski, who were really, looking pale, looking emaciated. Their families have called for much more to be done to highlight their cases and to bring them back, to urgently get them the food and medicines that they need.
Gaza itself, Yolande, what is the latest from there? One report from the Israeli military agency Kogat that it will start to allow a controlled entry of goods into Gaza.
Yeah, of course, the situation on the ground in Gaza remains dire, and we've got these reports of dozens of people who've been killed and wounded by Israeli strikes, by gunfire in the past day. Some of those while seeking aid. People have been describing, the desperate scrambles to get food from those airdrops. So against that backdrop, with the Israeli authorities saying that they will start to expand the aid that's allowed in, we've also got them saying that they will allow Gazan merchants to resume their imports into Gaza. This is something that's been effective in the past, but this route for goods getting in was closed off about a year ago because the Israeli authorities said that they were worried that it was being taken advantage of by Hamas. Now they say they've come up with a new mechanism to get supplies in, and that could involve things like baby food, fresh fruits and vegetables, and hygiene supplies, things that are desperately needed by people on the ground. One of the reasons that this is a more effective way of getting aid in is often the local merchants will do something that the UN and its partners are not ready to do, which is to use armed guards, local people guarding their convoys, bringing them in to ensure that they reach the warehouses and are not looted.
Yolande, thank you very much. Yolande now.
チャット GPT より大幅にコストを抑えて開発されたディープシーク。これは一体何がすごいのか解説します。ディープシークはこれまでの AI とは違い、指示の裏にある思考の意図まで汲み取って答えを出す。
In my most frank assessment, I would say that they're criminal. In my entire career, have I never witnessed the level of brutality and use of indiscriminate and unnecessary force against a civilian population, an unarmed, starving population. I've never witnessed that in all of the places I've been deployed to war until I was in Gaza at the hands of the IDF and U.S. contractors.
The gentleman you just heard from is not only an American, he's actually Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, who's a retired U.S. Green Beret, who actually decided to volunteer and sign up for the humanitarian aid distribution in Gaza. Now, as you can tell, he quit after experiencing what he referred to as the deliberate slaughter of desperate and hungry Palestinian civilians. In fact, here's more.
This is not a battlefield, though it might look like one. It's a food distribution point in Gaza. Bullets are kicking up the sand as men wait to get food. It's one of 4 sites run by the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a joint Israeli-US scheme they say replaces the UN and keeps food away from Hamas. This video is of the foundation's armed American security guards opening fire.
Fucking sick.
It was filmed by a
I
US
think you
soldier
hit
who
one.
signed up for the operation in Gaza after he retired and left, he says, when he saw American colleagues and the IDF killing civilians. The soldier is Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, a Special Forces veteran of the US Army's Green Berets.
I witnessed
the Israeli Defense Forces shooting at the crowds of Palestinians. I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces firing a main gun tank round from the Merkava tank into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site. Now, that was a retired member of the United States military, a former Green Beret, an individual who isn't shielding the public from his identity. He is speaking openly, candidly, while revealing his identity in regard to what he saw firsthand in Gaza. So for anyone coming at people like me who go on Piers Morgan's show and essentially share the same information, who accuse people like me of being some sort of anti-Semite for doing so, you're going to call him an anti-Semite? Or is it just considered unacceptable to ever call out the war crimes that are being committed by the IDF and the Israeli government? Now, the United States says that they're going to do something about this. They're going to do something about the fact that Palestinians are literally starving to death as we speak. We're going to get to that in just a moment. But first, I want to go to Cenk.
Yeah. So,
look,
it's unprecedented what Israel's doing to Gaza. The only reason, if you don't know that, the only reason you don't know that is because our mainstream media covers it up assiduously. That's what they feel like it's part of their job to do propaganda for the Israeli government. So, did you know
like
that
you do
Israel
propaganda
has
for
killed
Trump
49 times the civilians that Hamas did on October 7th? So that's 49 October 7th in Gaza. Okay. So if we were outraged by one October 7th, how outraged are we by 49? Did you know that Israel has already killed 300 more civilians waiting for food in line? For just enough for their children to survive. 300 more of those civilians killed than Hamas killed on October 7th. Imagine if Hamas was killing people, Israeli Jews, who were starving and waiting for food for their children. If Hamas was just killing them one by one by one and had already killed 300 more than they did on October 7th. We would have nuked Gaza, right? But when Israel does it, they make up pretty little lies to tell you, the bad guys made us do it, and 1,000 other lies. If the Israeli government is speaking, the Israeli government is lying. They have dropped the equivalent of 6 Hiroshima-sized bombs in Gaza. They have absolutely leveled the place, but no amount of starvation, no amount of anguish, no amount of death is enough for this radical terrorist government of Israel.
Well, to be fair, there were Israeli ministers at the very beginning of this genocide who said they wanted to nuke Gaza, and they have essentially done that without having to use an actual nuke. Now, while the depraved slaughter and daily war crimes are committed in Gaza, on the other side, in Israel, there's a lookout point that's been established so Israelis can essentially gawk at the Palestinians and their suffering.
Mohammed and his mother, Hedaya, were filmed by one of the trusted Palestinian freelancers we work with in Gaza, who are themselves starving. Israel does not allow international journalists to enter the territory. So we went to a spot overlooking Gaza, a vantage point in the frontline town of Sderot, where Hamas attacked and killed Israeli civilians on the 7th of October 2023. Israelis come here to look at the war, only a few miles away. Since my last visit, vending machines have been installed if anyone needs refreshment. From here, it feels like looking out of one world into another, not distant, but remote and isolated.
Sick motherfuckers. Yeah, I do not. I'm doing natto. Natto with tomatoes and avocado. And I put some ginger.
You have to be to take a photo like that in front of the devastation in Gaza, as if you're at a tourist site. It's something cute and fun to do.
I'm going to jump in there. That's like taking a picture in front of a concentration camp for the Germans back then in the 1940s. And going, this is where we're starving the Jews. Hey, it's a tourist spot. Hey, let's put it on Insta.
Disgusting.
It's disgusting. It's morally depraved. What are you taking a picture of? The murdered Palestinian children? And that's not government officials. There's something wrong, unfortunately, these days in the culture of Israel.
I agree.
Look, there's good news buried in this story. We're going to get to it in a second, but a lot of tragedy.
So let's talk about the starvation, the hunger that is now killing Palestinians, especially Palestinian children. In the video that we just showed you, you could see one of those children who is skin and bones. It's absolutely devastating. Now, one of the arguments that oftentimes are uttered by various members of the Israeli government is that we're not trying to starve the Palestinians. It's just that we're blocking aid into Gaza, or we're being incredibly deadly in how we distribute our aid because we're worried about Hamas stealing it. Well, interestingly enough, there was a piece published in the New York Times over the weekend. It's rare for the New York Times to publish pieces like this, but I do commend them for doing it. It's titled, "No Proof Hamas Routinely Stole UN Aid, Israeli Military Officials Say." Let me just repeat that last part again. Israeli military officials say. So members of Israel's own military admit, no, Hamas actually is not stealing the UN aid in the Gaza Strip. I'm going to, give you a few more details from the piece. David Mencer, an Israeli government spokesman, blamed Hamas and poor coordination by the United Nations for any food shortages. But the Israeli military never found proof that the Palestinian militant group had systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to two senior Israeli military officials and two other Israelis involved in the matter. The military officials who spoke to the New York Times said that the original UN aid operation, UNRWA, by the way, was relatively reliable and less vulnerable to Hamas interference because the United Nations managed its own supply chain and handled distribution directly inside Gaza. They say there was no evidence that Hamas regularly stole from the United Nations, which provided the largest chunk of the aid. Now, additionally, there's some more evidence that falls in line with what these Israeli military officials are saying. An internal U.S. government analysis came to a similar conclusion. Reuters reported on Friday. It found no evidence of systematic Hamas theft of U.S.-funded humanitarian supplies, the report said. But, of course, that doesn't stop various government officials here in the United States and also in Israel, of course, claiming that Hamas is stealing the humanitarian aid, which is why they have no choice but to starve Palestinians to death. It's a complete and utter joke. It is a lie. Now, with that out of the way, the Gaza Humanitarian Aid Foundation has, in fact, proven to be lethal for civilians. This was supposed to be the replacement for the UN organization known as UNRWA. Almost 1,100 people have been killed by gunfire on their way to get food handouts under the new system, in many cases by Israeli soldiers who opened fire on hungry crowds. Now, there has been so much backlash over this reality, not just by, progressives in America, not just by members of the left, but even conservative voters are seeing what's happening on the ground. They're furious about it. And I think that Trump is now feeling some pressure to respond to it. And so for the first time, you're going to hear Trump essentially go against what Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has been saying in regard to starving the Palestinians. Israel denies it. Trump says otherwise. So let's go to the next video where you're going to hear Trump address this to some extent.
We want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by Hamas or somebody. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States. I spoke yesterday with the president of the European Union, Ursula, who was terrific also on the subject, and she's going to play a big role also in helping us. So we have a good group of countries who are going to help with the humanitarian needs, which is food, sanitation, and some other things. So I'm speaking to Bibi Netanyahu, and we are coming up with various plans. We're going to say it's a very difficult situation.
Now, on Sunday, the IDF said that it would be implementing tactical pauses in fighting in some areas of Gaza in order to allow for the distribution of humanitarian aid. Trump also alleges that the United States will ensure that there will be additional distribution areas in order to get more food to the Palestinian people who have very much been intentionally starved. But, you know, during that same press conference, Trump also says that he knows there's real starvation because of television. He says, I don't know. I mean, based on television, those children look very hungry. Later, he also said that some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. And he complained about not being thanked for allegedly sending aid to the Palestinian people. Quote, nobody said, gee, thank you very much. And
Well, guys, I'm going to take off.
at least a thank you. What about
I'm going to go lay down.
the country that we keep shelling
Guys, have a good day, all right? Sun's coming up.
The prime minister still comes.
I'm going to go take a power nap. You guys take it easy. Yeah, pods can post links here. You can post links here. And I'll play them too. All right, I'll be on later. Roots got it.